anything? I'm growing up in the bush. Oh no. I'm so sorry.
Who are these consultants? Who are these logistics person? Who are these communications people? What are they? What is communication support? What?
What?
Only for new app users with qualified terms and conditions apply. Who is communication supporting? Like, honestly, this doesn't exist. So where did that money go? Because I can assure you, it did not go to public safety.
The Liberal MPs who are elected from the Toronto area should be here making noise about these problems, but they're silent. And why are they silent, Mr. Speaker? Because they've decided to back up the Prime Minister's failed policies. When will they stop choosing the Prime Minister over the people?
My position as a Liberal Party, my position as a Toronto MP is simple. Let's keep the citizens of our cities safe. How do we do that? By ensuring that we have less gun violence on our streets. How do we do that? By shoring up our borders to prevent guns from crossing.
How do we do that?
The specific border services that party cut when they were in power prior to 2015. What we also do is we recognize the important impact on domestic violence that gunfare has. When we the homes in people in cities in Canada, what we're doing is ensuring that domestic violence doesn't have a pernicious impact on women. That's how you keep Canadians safe.
I want my friends and neighbors in Toronto to take note. This Liberal Justice Minister is looking back at things that happened over 10 years ago while he's been here for crime getting worse. Imagine that. Serve your constituents, sitting here for 9 years and can't take a single bit of responsibility for a problem that he should be trying to fix. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very clear. Crime is worse. The Liberal MPs elected to serve Toronto are failing to do their job. When will they stop choosing the Prime Minister over the people?
The more infuriating. Can you comment on what the police service would do with $75 million to combat gun violence?
$75 million would go a long ways. And I do want to comment that in Toronto, we're seeing that 85% of the firearms that are seized, and we seized 600 this past year, are from the U.S. The current gun ban buyback program has zero impact on the city of Toronto, that it focuses on legal gun owners and not on the criminals committing offenses. And another thing that's so important is our bail reform. We are seeing repeat violent offenders time and time again firing illegal handguns in the streets of Toronto. It's absolutely ridiculous. On the federal government time and time again to implement strict for repeat violent offenders, and we're asking that again today.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. And of course, your remarks a few weeks ago criticizing the Liberal Prime Minister for taking a quite strange, I would say, picture lap on social media about their so-called handgun phrase. You're quite direct in your criticism of that, and in fact, you said that it was offensive. Frankly, we've seen a number of other police associations join you. BC, Hamilton, Ontario, so there seems to be a very widespread message that's coming loud and clear from police associations that the current tactics, of course, are not working to stop gun violence. And in fact, as you well know, gun violence in general across Canada over the last 9 years of Liberal government is up 116%, in addition to a general increase in 9 years. And you're, of course, familiar that what has been said thus far, but Liberal government's own estimates put the confiscation regime from lawful firearms owners to be $1.8 billion, and in fact, the Fraser Institute has estimated it would be well over $6 billion to institute the confiscation regime. Can you outline for members of the Finance Committee what $6 billion or even just $2 billion for police services across Canada to combat violent crime, in particular gun violence as well?
That amount of money would be a game changer for policing services across Canada. In Toronto, our budget is just over $1 billion with 8,000 members. That type of money could really impact our ability to provide adequate and effective policing, track down these violent criminals and keep them in custody. It would be absolutely a game changer for policing across Canada.
Thank you. As you've outlined, the vast majority of that you have seized are traced to the United States. And so can you just outline again the impact that is having on the safety of Toronto?
Go! Shoot, go! Stretch, go! Left, go! Track, go! Hammer, go! Smash, go! Don't get angry, get rich with Monopoly Go.
Round up your everyday purchases and invest in spare change. It may seem like small change, but it adds up over time through your daily, weekly, and monthly purchases.
Your money is managed by a professional portfolio manager in a portfolio of stocks, bonds, and money market that's suitable for your goals.
Canadians need help saving.
The idea is very good.
For me, I love the premise, which is to teach and to help millennials save money. I'd come in.
Sure.
I'll take them into my deal.
We'd love to take that deal. Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. Look forward to working with you.
Well done, guys.
It's literally a daily occurrence. We have hundreds of shootings every day. It doesn't go by that we don't have, unfortunately, a firearm offense in Toronto. I go to community meetings all the time. Our citizens are scared. They're scared to go out in the street. We're seeing violent offenses all the time. And the biggest problem, again, is it's repeat offenders. We continually arrest these people. They're back out on the streets in a matter of days at times, committing offenses again.
Yes, thank you for outlining that. Of course, we know bail was made the default in essence by Bill C-75 a few years ago, a Liberal bill, and it's having obviously very far-reaching consequences in this country. And just to conclude, Mr. Campbell, of course, as you outlined that the crime guns, the majority are coming from the United States, I'm sure you would support more robust security measures at our border to stop those crime guns from coming into Toronto. Is that correct?
Absolutely. When we're having 85% of these firearms seized, illegal firearms seized coming from the United States, we completely support more to prevent them from coming across and causing chaos in our city.
I'm Jasmine Lane. Thank you so much for watching up until this point. We just hit 20,000 followers or subscribers on YouTube, which is just unreal. I cannot even fathom that. And truly, thank you is an understatement. I left my job in mainstream media to pursue YouTube and to pursue being able to freely discuss. For the most part, YouTube does have some restrictions, but the things that really matter and the things that I really want to be talking about versus all of the BS that you hear in the media these days. So I'm truly eternally grateful for you for supporting me on this journey and for being here right now. I posted a community notes just yesterday about certain questions that maybe some people would want to know about me. There's been plenty asked, and unfortunately, I can't always answer them. Go and check out that post, and I would love to answer all of your questions in my next video. If you haven't done so yet, you can subscribe to the channel, or at the very least, give it a like, and hopefully we can help more Canadians, more people around the globe realize just what's happening here and really how urgently it needs to be fixed. Hope you have a lovely weekend, and I will see you very soon.
New Centrum Prenatal Multi-Gummies, formulated with essential nutrients every mom needs.
Hello, everybody. So my wife
are going back out on tour for my new book, We Who Wrestle with God. I'm going to be walking through a variety of biblical stories. Now, the postmodern types and the neo-Marxists, they think the story is one of power, and that is a dangerous story. The fundamental rock upon which true civilization is built is encapsulated in the biblical stories. And so I've spent a lot of time trying to understand them, and the point of the tour and the book is to bring whatever understanding I've managed to develop to as wide an audience as possible.
There was no words. It was a glare. It was this reddening of the face. It was the exhalation of his voice. And I stood there and I said, you know what, Justin, and I was stopped in my tracks with the glare, the huff. He got up out of his seat and he just stormed out of the room, and I froze because at that moment I knew that this person actually could make or break the rest of my life.
Hello, everyone. Canadians have benefited from or suffered under the rule of Justin Trudeau for a substantial amount of time now. And during that time, his administration, his government has been plagued by a number of scandals, some greater and some lesser. One of the more unreported scandals has to do with the sequential departure of some of the more powerful and opinionated figures in his cabinet and his government, including many of the women that he so triumphantly appointed to his cabinet, founded on the idea of equity in 2015. I've reached out to many of the people who've abandoned his ship, you might say, on the Liberal side to talk, to find out what it was like working with Justin, with Prime Minister Trudeau. And generally they've refused to talk to me. Not impolitely or anything like that, but it just hasn't been successful. But today it was successful because I got to talk to Selena Caesar Chavan, who was elected in the riding of Whitby in 2015, who left her own business, divested herself of her own business to do so, and then was appointed parliamentary secretary. And she told us what it was like. She worked very closely with Trudeau, or in principle very closely. The story is much more complicated than that. For about 4 years, until she decided that, to put it bluntly, she'd had more than enough, as you will discover if you attend to this podcast, which I would highly recommend, particularly if you're Canadian. It is devastating, really. It's a shocking interview, I would say. It's an emotional interview. She's very articulate. She's very careful. She's very forthright and revealing, much more so than I might have expected. And the picture she paints is not a pretty one. Seriously, not a pretty one. And everyone who has the opportunity should listen to this if they're citizens in Canada, because you need to know just exactly who it is that's running the show. So join us and find out. So, Selena, we'll start, I think, by just...
Well, this is priceless.
Ask all members, including the member from Peterborough, Halbert Brock, to please only take the microphone. Right on the right, sorry.
That's funny.
Any day now. This is priceless.
Ask all members.
Well, I can just do what I want. I don't have to negotiate with myself. And first of all, well, no, you can't just do what you want, because no one can. And also, you won't even do what you tell yourself. Right? Think about that for a minute. How many people will do what you tell them to do? Your wife certainly won't do what you tell her to do. Right. But you won't even do it. We're so resistant to arbitrary tyranny as human beings that we can't even tell ourselves what to do. Now, what you can do is
Hey,
offer
hold on.
yourself a good, genuine deal. One of the ways you can find out if you offered yourself a good deal is whether or not you carry through on it. Well, I can just do what I want. I don't have to negotiate with my...
When you begin to study history, you begin to realize during the feudal age, when the peasants kind of worked on the land of the feudal kings, they only worked 140 days out of the year. 200 days each year, they didn't work. So today, we work more than the peasants. Most people work more than the peasants used to and have less to show for it. They have no land, they have no house, they have nothing. It's the illusion of freedom. Back in the day, you at least knew you were a slave. You had to buy your freedom. Today, you don't know you're a slave. Instead of cracking the whip, they've just printed money out of thin air and told you it's valid. This is what you're supposed to work your entire life.
No, I was straight up saying about Xi Jinping.
To realize during the feudal age,
Or Kim
peasants
Jong-un.
kind of worked on the land of the feudal kings.
Like-
They only worked 140 days out of the year. The other 200 days each year, they
At
didn't
least
work.
in
So
third
today, we
world
work more.
countries,
Most people work more than the peasants
oppressors
used to and have less to show for it. They have no land, they have no
tell
house.
you you're
It's the illusion
oppressed.
of freedom. Back in the day, you at least
And it's
knew
not
you were
like
a slave.
Kim
You had to buy
Jong-un
your freedom.
is
Today, you don't
just
know you're a slave.
like,
Instead,
no, you can have freedom here.
it's valid. This is what you're supposed to work your entire life. When you begin to study,
We think it's air, but I realized that if I stop, close my nose and mouth for 4 minutes, I'm separated from this substance for 4 minutes. My heart don't stop. My brain don't even stop. My body functions don't stop. The first thing I lose is consciousness. I pass out. I can no longer stay aware. So I started to say, well, wait a minute. I'm not just breathing in air. I'm breathing in consciousness. I'm inhaling and exhaling God itself. And this air is conscious. That linked me up with quantum.
There's a feeling among Israelis that the change cannot come from within. We do not have enough power from within to change the course of actions that Netanyahu and his government have put in place. And the only way to stop the violence, to stop the genocidal violence in Gaza, to stop the violence in Lebanon, and to stop future attacks and geopolitical war in the region is that leaders
Escobar?
in Europe,
I guess he's being
leaders
very
in
generous.
North America, particularly the United
How
States.
Escobar didn't fucking genocide a whole race of people, okay? He
and
sold
say
drugs.
Enough is enough, and threaten Israel that if there is no ceasefire, they will sanction Israel. They will stop arms trade with Israel. They'll stop sending Israel money and ultimately stop trading with Israel. There's a feeling of
When you see a head of state visiting another head of state, it means there's a problem. Domestically, within so-called Israel itself, we've seen papers come out criticizing Netanyahu, and we've seen generals coming out criticizing Netanyahu's plan for what's happening in Gaza. And we've also seen reports that the US are not happy with Netanyahu's plan for what happens in Gaza. So I think Netanyahu's visit to Congress was more about trying to dispel suggestions that there is a problem by going and receiving those standing ovations, showing he can still talk to both parties, showing he can still talk to the main leaders. It does reflect a growing friction between the Americans and the Israelis. I think the US want Netanyahu to calm down. They want him out. They don't want the genocide to stop necessarily, but they want to put the blame on Netanyahu and move on from it so they can focus on more important priorities. When you see a head of state...
My question to you is, when you talk about intrusive thoughts, how do you really like, I have a hard time dealing with how do you combat that? Like, I now believe, those are not my thoughts, those are the devil's thoughts, but they still come, and I don't know how to, sometimes I struggle with combating it, and I just wanted to hear your perspective on how you do that.
So it's not your job to combat it. If you think about trash inside of a trash can, that's not a problem, right? But when the trash comes out, it's all over your house, it's all over your bed, that's when it becomes an issue. A lot of the times we have to learn to acknowledge things. Like, oh, you know what? I'm feeling angry today. It's cool. What Satan does is he makes you guys work. Hey, you're feeling angry? You gotta do something about it. And when you're trying to, that's when you ride that roller coaster, you struggle and you spiral.
My question to you.
For the best show in culture, news, and politics, check out Timcast IRL, Monday through Friday.
What topic is no one talking about now that historians will study in the future?
It's the insanity of the mental health industry that is destroying the mental health of America.
I
Making
agree.
Diagnoses based on symptom clusters with no
Yeah, no, I
biological
agree
data
strongly.
that people. Last year, there were 337 million prescriptions for antidepressants. 27% of all doctor visits.
I very strongly agree with that.
27% someone's leaving with a prescription for
Yeah.
benzodiazepine, like Xanax or Valium. This is an insane time. They call me crazy. No, I'm not crazy. They're going to be talking about this dark period in psychiatry for centuries to come.
What topic is no one talking about now?
For the best show in
What topic is no one talking about now that historians will study in the future?
It's the insanity of the mental health industry that is destroying the mental health of America. Making diagnoses based on symptom clusters with no biological data that people. Last year, there were 337 million prescriptions for antidepressants. 27%. No matter the discussion, 27% someone's leaving with benzodiazepine, like Xanax or Valium. This is an insane time. They call me crazy. No, I'm not crazy. They're going to be talking about this dark period in psychiatry for centuries to come.
What topic is about now that historians will study in the future?
It's the insanity of
Never gonna give you up. Never let you down. Hi, how you doing?
How would you describe your image in the media? How would I describe my image in the media? Yes, I wouldn't describe it. How would you describe it if you had to? I don't have to. You have to wait till I'm done with the question. I don't have to wait to anything, honestly. I mean, this guy right here may tell me that I have to wait, but personally, I don't have to do nothing.
Go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you like to save you, right? In the real world. That guy right there. Save you in the real world. Just so you know.
Oh! Oh, wow! That is a threat if I have ever heard one.
Can you just ask your next question, please?
He can't save you.
Yo, that's fucking death. This is the face of someone who will kill the fuck out of you. Oh my god.
How would I describe
Guy's
my
not
image
fucking
in the media?
around.
Yes, I wouldn't describe it. Well, how would you describe it if you had to? I don't have to. You have to wait till I'm done with the question. I don't have to do anything, honestly. I mean, this guy right here may tell me that way, but personally, I don't have to do nothing.
Go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you like to save you, right? In the real world. He can't save you in the real world. Just so you know. What does that mean? I don't have to elaborate. Is that your next question? Is that a threat against
No,
us?
Mr. Melissa, can you just ask your next question, please?
He can't save you. What does that mean? I was talking to myself. How your image in the media? How would I describe my image in the media? Yes, I wouldn't describe it. Well, how would you describe it if you had to? I don't have to. You have to wait till I'm done with the question. I don't have to wait to anything, honestly. I mean, this guy right here, I don't have to do nothing.
Go ahead and ask the question.
Your Honor. Do you like to save you, right?
Like,
in the real world.
Straight
That
up?
guy right there. He can't save you in the real world. Just so you know. What does that mean? I don't have to elaborate. Is that a threat against
No,
us?
Mr. Melissa, can you just ask your next question, please?
He can't save you. And what does that mean? I was talking to myself. How would you?
That is that is very, very intimidating, honestly. My favorite thing to use is that, don't worry, it won't kill you. I'll keep you alive as long as I possibly can. I'll feed you. I'll make sure that you don't get any kind of infection, because I believe in people dying humanely. I'm not going to kill anybody. I'll make sure of that. Death is easy. Living in her own head, that must be terrible.
Reby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, and to the officials. Minister, we learned at the public inquiry on
interference, but your cabinet colleague Bill Blair, while he served in your current role as Minister of Public Safety, sat on a CSIS warrant for 54 days. National security officials testified at the inquiry that such a warrant is typically signed off by the minister in only a handful of days. And suspiciously, the target of the warrant was none other than a former Ontario Liberal cabinet minister and key organizer and fundraiser for Justin Trudeau and the GTA. So why did it take 54 days to sign the warrant?
Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Cooper, that's an interesting question. I was asked a similar question at the public inquiry. I was not the Minister of Public Safety. I have not seen that warrant. I can't speak to the circumstances around that warrant at all. And in fact, I was told by CSIS and the directors here that I'm not even allowed to discuss the existence of a particular warrant, although that one, as you know, is already in the public domain. So I'm not in a position to address any of the circumstances around that particular warrant. I wasn't involved at all.
Minister, will you launch a departmental review into what happened as far as this 54-day delay?
I look forward to hearing Justice Ugg's conclusions with respect to this issue. I think the bureaucratic term is it was well ventilated at the public inquiry. The judge may have some...
Aren't you concerned that there was this 54-day delay in your department, slow walking for 54 days, a national security investigation? Doesn't that cause you concern?
I have a lot of confidence in the work done by CSIS and their national security partners. I regularly have briefings on warrants that I'm asked to sign.
CSIS went to the minister's chief of staff after no action was taken on day 13. After the minister's chief of staff was briefed, the minister continued to sit on that warrant for all the way to 54 days. Isn't the real reason that you're unwilling to undertake a departmental review is because you know that Bill Blair and his chief of staff put the partisan interests of the Liberal Party ahead of national security? Isn't that why you're so disinterested?
Absolutely not, Mr. Cooper. You can make up a series of suppositions and allegations here. You have...
Why not undertake a review?
Again, Mr. Cooper, these are amongst the most sensitive
intelligence
instruments that CSIS and the public safety.
Hi, how you doing?
I've never heard of an internal departmental review.
I am
with
like
respect
standing
to a
here staring at the
specific warrant.
dishes.
The department provides me advice with respect to every warrant
What
that
did you
I'm
do?
asked to sign. And again, I've taken note because I have no information myself.
It's really quite
Can I tell you how much I don't want to do this?
Yeah, so maybe remember
I'm
from
like,
that
okay.
also allow me to answer the question.
Minister, we got a couple things happening here. So here's what I've got. I've got some interrupting, and I'm going to ask Mr. Cooper to afford the minister the opportunity to finish. I've got the minister taking an opportunity to himself provide some remarks, and then I've got a point
Oh, wait.
from Mr.
What's
Turnbull,
the quote?
which I presume is in relation to what I've just said. And if that's the case, perhaps, Mr. Turnbull, we can just continue unless you feel the need to speak to this more specifically. All right.
Oh, yeah.
I paused the clock. Minister, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you, and I'm not even going to start
I
the
made
clock again for just a few seconds.
a banana split
Allow
ice
you to
cream
answer Mr. Cooper's question. There's 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Once I start the
Fucking-
clock, Mr. the floor is yours.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you. And as I said, I have no personal insight into that particular warrant. I've taken note of public comments where
So it's got
Mr.
like
Blair indicated that he signed that very quickly when he himself became
got
aware of
a
that
layer
warrant. I think
of
Director
whipped cream,
Vigneault, the
a
former
layer of
director of
chocolate,
CSIS.
a layer of strawberry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, is there a problem on your left?
Look at that bad boy.
Minister, I'll handle the ongoings. I'm going to give you about 5.
Mr. Chair, with great respect, it's my time.
First of all, Mr. Cooper, you don't have the floor. Second of all, I've paused the clock.
Kangaroo court.
Minister, in about 10 seconds,
Ah!
I'm going to start the clock again to be fair to Mr. Cooper and allow him the opportunity to continue with his line of questioning. Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I would just draw the committee's
I'm so sorry, nothing entertaining is going on right now.
The comments that I had noted from former Director Vigneault
I'm
about
just
his
like standing in
level
front of the
in
screen,
terms
just
of the time that this has taken, but
being like,
my
all right, here we
insight
go.
into that are public comments I've seen, but we look forward, of course, to Justice Huggs addressing this issue should she decide to do so.
Why do you keep coming back? Aren't you afraid I'm just gonna say no again?
You're my last hope. I just wanted to try one
Oh
more.
my god.
Did Bill Blair, his chief of staff, or anyone in the minister's office tip off the former Ontario Liberal cabinet minister that he was a target of a CSIS warrant?
Again, I congratulate Mr. Cooper on your fishing expedition. I was Minister of Fisheries and Oceans myself. I understand.
Girls, I'm going to Harvard. You mean like on vacay? Let's all go!
Road trip!
No, I'm going to Harvard Law School.
Watch that musical. It's so good.
Why?
Why?
Now, I know you're upset about all this, but can't you just take a Percocet? Okay, once Warner sees me as a serious law student, he'll totally want me back. It's a completely brilliant plan.
Oh man.
But isn't it hard to get into law school?
I-
I have the highest GPA in Delta Nu.
Totally forgot about this movie. And how great this movie is.
Here. You're gonna need this.
Your lucky scrunchie.
Your scrunchie? My lucky scrunchie. It helped me pass Spanish. You passed Spanish because you gave Professor Montoya a lap dance after the final.
Yeah. Luckily.
If you're being ghosted, send a one-line text, had you given up on X, and name whatever it is.
That's
Put
so
anything else
funny.
in, one line only. You're gonna get an answer within 3 to 5 minutes of seeing the message. He's got the highest success rate.
Yeah, luckily.
You at all? The answer is yes. If they get back to you,
Oh, that musical is super good though. Like, it's actually really funny.
for 3.5 weeks, sent to that person gets right back with a reason. Now, the reason
What's
why
up,
is personal.
Doc?
If you express empathy for the tragedy, and it's true, you're going to get an immediate response. If they're lying, they won't respond. Now it's time to move on.
We both know I was here. I see it in your eyes.
Send a one-line text, have you given up on X, and name whatever
That's
it
the
is.
tough
Don't put
years.
anything else in.
No, it's not a
One line,
surprise.
You're going to get kids
That
creating
one look at you.
complexity.
You're like a
How do
dream
you respond to
come true.
disrespect?
A lot of silence. So
So
often, if
Nick
you just wait
was
10
like I always
seconds,
do, but now we're wide
that
awake.
distance between
We
what
got
they
some
said
plans to make.
and how you're going
Let's
to
take some
respond.
action,
Give
baby.
enough silence
So
to
make
make
give
sure
me
that
your
it's a little
hand.
awkward, and then you're going to
I
say
got some
something to the
dreams to
effect
make
of,
true.
"That's
I got a
wrong."
future I'll play.
Not standard
It's
for a
time to get
response.
serious.
And then all of a
Time to
sudden,
get
they
serious.
reflect. The dynamic has been flipped.
I'm not done
Something
yet.
as simple
Oh,
as that.
sorry.
All of a sudden, you're making it clear that what you just said is
Ooh,
beneath me.
ooh, yeah.
Things that are beneath me in my way. And so now you're taking control of it. Now you're leaning
Here's
into
my hand, here's my hand. We both have dreams to make true. I got future I'll plan. Yes, I understand. It's time to get serious. Time to
You
get
give it enough
serious.
silence to make sure that it's a little awkward. And then you're going to say something to the effect
We
of,
should break up.
"That's
Yes, get away with what?
standard for a response."
You're breaking up with me. But I thought you were proposing. Proposing? What? No. Oh. Bro, I'm so bored of you. No, wait, go. Oh, interesting.
Here's how to stop.
I really like this guy.
This
This
is
guy.
one of the main reasons for miscommunication is because people said the right thing but with the wrong face. And then people received it in the wrong way. I'll say the words, sure, I'll do it.
That's
Sure, yeah, I'll do it. Sure, I'll do it. Sure, I'll do it. Right? Same words. Your facial expressions communicate so much. And you have
fine. That's because, like, I had resting bitch face. But I also have I was told that I have borderline. So, the problem with borderline people is when we see somebody who's a neutral face, we take that as an angry face. Because we see things over.
It's because people said the right thing but with their own face. And then people perceived it in the wrong way. I'll say the
And apparently I have like a lot of
Sure. Yeah, I'll do it. Sure.
sass.
Sure.
Some people call it bad attitude.
Right? Same words. Your facial expressions communicate so much. And you have to write this on the facial expressions as well. This is a very important note. People look to your face for the context behind what you're saying. So they look to your face for the context behind what you're saying. People are always doing this. So how do you stop being misunderstood? Make sure your face matches your words.
So the last thing I'll say is learn the Gottman theory. What's the Gottman theory? The Gottman theory is whether a marriage will last to 5 years, 7 years, 15 years, or they won't last at all. And it's through identifying what he calls the four horsemen. We've talked about this before, which is contempt, stonewalling, criticism, and defensiveness. And if you have all four of those things in your relationship, it is guaranteed to fail. And so, do you have contempt? Do you think you're better than your partner? Are you critical? Are you constantly thinking at what they do wrong, or are you celebrating what they do right? Are you defensive? You can't hear.
I heard this the other day too, actually, and it was this girl who was saying that when her boyfriend takes naps, it bothers her. I was like, I don't understand. Like when she takes a nap, it's fine. It's like, okay. But when her boyfriend takes naps, she's severely bothered by it. And I was kind of like, that's impossible. I don't really understand why you think you have the right to be bothered by that. It's fucking weird. And I was, you know what? Let's start that as a weird sentence. Sometimes I'll be walking the dog and I kind of like look and I see into people's windows. I'm not looking into people's houses. Okay, but like I see it's that in people's houses, everything has a particular place. Everything is like, there's no clutter or whatever. And I'm just like, how the fuck do you live like that? Where everything has to be. And they're like, do you have anything in your home that is not meant for people to touch? And I was like, completely opposite. Everything in my home, you're encouraged to touch. You're encouraged to make music. You're encouraged to make art. You're encouraged to look at my stuff. Like, there's nothing hiding anywhere. There's nothing like weird that people will find in my home. Like towels. They're saying that the towels were too nice and you should just know not to touch like nice and brighter towels. I was like, they're on a fucking towel rack in a bathroom. I'm fucking using them. The weirdest thing ever. Here's why I don't have nice things. That makes sense. Ruining. This is very superficial. I hate shorts.
Last thing I'll say is learn the Gottman.
I just found out you can check the recent words on this app.
I like
My
Amy.
neighborhood was safe before. Did you all
Don't
see
like
that?
him.
Is it okay to have female friends if you have a girlfriend?
Yes.
Why?
Because unless you're in high school, you're not. Women need to stop projecting their weird insecurities onto decent, loyal good men.
Yes.
Like this weird fear that your female friends are gonna swoop up.
She's doing hard enough.
Okay.
Okay.
So then I can have a guy friend, right?
No,
Yeah.
that's totally different.
Why not?
How is that different?
Because obviously the men are trying to sleep with the women.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous to me. This is something that I'm like having a hard time with.
Never mind.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Is it okay to have female friends if you have a girlfriend?
Yes.
Why?
Because unless you're in high school, which you're not, women need to stop projecting their weird insecurities onto decent, loyal, good men. Like this weird fear that your female friends are gonna swoop up your man.
Yeah, but you know what? I realize that every time I'm insecure,
A guy friend, right?
No.
my boyfriend at the time mostly would be like, "Oh, it's in your head." You're, like, I don't know. I had a best friend for 10 years that apparently for 10 years was pregnant in my pants. I'm like, wow, that's determination. We had so many conversations about this, too. Oh, but he made it a point to be like, "Oh, tell her I said I'm sorry." I was like, "Oh, that's so much worse." He made it so much fucking worse. Apology not accepted. I was like, he's like, "Because I love you." I'm like, "No, you don't." Most of the time, I think you actually kind of hate me mostly. Because I'm kind of annoying, I think. Oh, that's crazy. That happened to me once. Where, like, some lady was with her grandkids, I'm assuming, and her grandkids noticed me across the street, and she grabbed her grandchildren and, like, shielded them from me. I was like, ridiculous. I didn't eat them. Little girl thought I looked cool, like, whatever.
I genuinely don't give a fuck about other people care about people on the street because they don't care about me. Is it okay for me not to care about people who don't care about me? It would be entertaining for them to see me in crisis. Why would you care about a person who would like to see you under the worst circumstances? I don't give a fuck. Let's see the person.
When people I don't like, I don't want to see.
Some people feel the need to go across the street to say, why I'm a good person.
I don't really understand why people need Jesus to not be a bad person.
Because they don't care about me.
Like, I don't do that for anybody else besides my own.
It would be entertaining for them to see me in crisis. Why would you care about a person who would like to see you?
I guess because I've been in crisis.
I don't give a fuck. Let's see the person.
And I've been at a point where I was like, I need somebody to.
Some people feel the need to go across the street to say, why I'm a good person.
I guess what I thought at the time was saving me, but eventually there's no one there to save you. It's a hard lesson to learn, but you gotta learn it. No one's there to save you.
But you want to see if you're a brave
Sometimes
person,
maybe, yeah.
what they call a 4 o'clock in the morning courage. Wait when things go.
One day there will be no one there to save you. It'll just be take the thought. I love if people use Eminem for anything. Like, you're so dangerous.
The best quality in the world that you can develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, I'll never stop it. No matter how rough it gets, I will never do it. Nothing will ever stop me.
You got one chance, one opportunity. Seize everything you ever wanted. One moment would you capture that slip? I'm waiting to know that song.
Things are the worst. When your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired.
Whatever challenges you're facing in life, whatever.
Hit.
The deeper the trauma, the more a religious approach is necessary.
What?
If you're traumatized, you're in the landscape of good and evil. Right? You're traumatized by an encounter with evil. It's not mere tragedy. Something just did something bad happen to you. That takes out the time of being traumatized. Usually, if someone's traumatized, they've been bit by malevolence. Might be their own, might be someone else's. So if they're bit by malevolence, they don't know what to do with that. They don't know what to do with the reality of evil. Your problem is you've seen into the heart of darkness. That's your problem. It just blew you into pieces. You're gazing into the face of malevolence itself. You have to develop a philosophy of good and evil. It's a religious philosophy, essentially, because a philosophy of good and evil is a religious philosophy. Those are the same thing. You have to develop a philosophy of evil, and then you have to understand how you combat that. Now, how do you combat evil? With truth, with love, with beauty. I believe that truth will save the world. The deeper the trauma.
Yeah, but how's it worked out so far? Like, you're not the first one to have this epiphany. And it seems like the ones who get ahead are the ones that lie, cheat, steal, and believe in Jesus. Like, and it seems like a lot of these fucking people are not, they're very sheltered and very weak. And they haven't seen this bad things. They're just too afraid that there are bad things. And yeah, there are bad things in the world, but that's the reality. Like, suck it up. Suck it up, Buttercup.
goes in the same thing. You have to develop the philosophy of evil, and then you
What
have to
is going
understand
on?
how do you combat evil? It's truth. It's love. Beauty. I believe
Like-
in truth. Say love. The deeper the trauma,
How is everything possibly working right now?
Then what do you want to marry him for?
I want to marry him for your money.
You admit that all you're after is money.
No, I don't. Aren't you funny? Don't you know that a man being rich is like a girl being pretty? You might not marry a girl just because she's pretty, but my goodness, doesn't it help? A daughter. Wouldn't you rather she didn't marry a poor man?
But I was...
You'd want her to have the most wonderful things in the world and to be very happy. Oh, why is it wrong for me to want those things?
Well, I concede that... Say, they told me you were stupid. Stupid to me.
I can be smart when it's important, but most men don't like it.
Then what do you want to marry him for?
I want to marry him for your money.
You admit that all you're after is money.
No, I don't. Aren't you funny? Don't you know that a man being rich is like a girl being pretty? You might not marry a girl just because she's pretty, but my goodness, doesn't it help? And if you had a daughter, wouldn't you rather she didn't marry a poor man?
But I was...
You'd want her to have the most wonderful things in the world and to be very happy. Oh, why is it wrong for me to want those things?
Well, I concede that... Say, they told me you were stupid. You don't sound stupid to me.
I can be smart when it's important, but most men don't like it.
Then what do you want to marry him for?
Very
I want to
interesting.
marry him for your money.
Very, very
admit that all you're
interesting.
This is Cybertruck. This is $100,000 in cash. One of these.
I hate you.
Goes when the conversation is not doing them any good. And there's only two reasons it's not doing them any good. You're not listening, and they don't have an opportunity to influence the outcome from their end. So if you're not, why should they talk? You can get them back. You have to realize how you got there in the first place. You probably said you're right to you a few times. You're right is what people say when they're trying to get you to leave them alone and preserve their relationship. So they've been signaling to you for a while, and they've noticed that you haven't picked up on it. So you got a one-shot reset.
Oh, look what it is.
If you're going to get them back at all fours 999 times out of 1,000. And a one-shot reset is going to be this exactly. Have you given up on it? And name whatever it is. Don't add or subtract. Don't change the words. Send it in a text. Send it in an email. People ghost when the conversation is not doing them any good. And there's only two reasons it's not doing them any good. You're not listening, and they don't have an opportunity to influence the outcome from their end. So if you're not, why should they talk? You can get them back. You have to realize how you got there in the first place. You probably said you're right to you a few times. You're right is what people say.
Ow!
When they're trying to get you to leave alone and preserve the relationship. So they've been signaling to you for a while, and they've noticed that you haven't picked up on it.
Are you cooking your skirt steak at home on an air fryer? Have you not done the frozen air fried steak? This is the biggest hack. Say the hack so my can do it for me.
She threw away my air fryer.
Go ahead, I'll get a new one. I want something instead of frozen steak from the freezer into the air fryer for like 8 minutes each per side if they're like this thick.
Even if it's fully frozen.
No, it has to be fully frozen. Otherwise it cooks all the way through.
Wait a minute, another tough question. Air fryer can char now.
Pretty much, yeah. If you cook them frozen, it can get pretty like dark and crispy on the outside. Yeah.
I'm gonna try this. I'll buy a white air fryer. That sounds delicious. If anyone's gonna teach you how to cook steak, it should be Kayla. Are you cooking your skirt steak at home on an air fryer?
Have you not done the frozen air fried steak? This is the biggest hack.
Say the hack so my can do it for me.
She threw away my air fryer.
Go ahead, I'll get a new one. I want something instead of frozen steak from the freezer into the air fryer for like 8 minutes each per side if they're like this thick.
Even if it's fully frozen.
No, it has to be fully frozen. Otherwise, it cooks all the way through.
Wait a minute, another tough question. Air fryer can char now.
Pretty much, yeah. If you cook them frozen, it can get pretty like dark and crispy on the outside. Yeah.
I'm gonna try this. I'll buy a white air fryer. That sounds delicious. If anyone's gonna teach you how to cook steak, it should be Kayla.
I have a son in his 20s, and this is the bar that he dropped on me, and it crushed me, but I needed it. He said, if you really loved me, the way that you said you loved me, you would have taught me how to survive in the situations that you were afraid of killing me instead of protecting me and not teach them how to protect themselves the way that a man teaches a man how to protect himself. What we do is we coddle them and we become this wall of security that come crashing down when they get to smelling themselves and they in their 18s and 19s and now you can't live in your house no more and you send him out into the world unprotected and that's why he doesn't shoot. I have a son in his 20s and this is a bar that he dropped on me and it crushed me, but I needed it. He said, if you really loved me the way that you said you loved me, you would have taught me how to survive in the situations that you were afraid of killing me instead of protecting me and not teaching me how to protect myself. And that is what happens when mothers think that they can raise me. We don't teach them how to protect themselves the way that a man teaches a man how to protect himself. What we do is we coddle them and we become this wall of security that comes crashing down when they get to smelling themselves and they in their 18s and 19s and now you can't live in your house no more and you send them out into the world unprotected. And here's the
Look at the car he's driving, look at the watch he's wearing, look at the girl he's with. That's unattainable to many people, so it seems like it's valuable. But then you attained it, and then you realized, oh, this isn't valuable. This is just difficult to get. And there's a difference. There's a big difference. What's valuable is something that fulfills you intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, and lovingly. Most smart people realize that there is value in stepping outside of their comfort. But on the other side of discomfort is something valuable. We're told that worthwhile things are difficult to attain, because if they weren't difficult to attain, they wouldn't be worthwhile. This is how non-valuable but difficult things get slipped into our desires without us noticing. Attaining something worthwhile is often going to be difficult, but just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's worthwhile.
Almost everything we think we know about addiction is wrong. You get a rat and you put it in a cage and you give it 2 water bottles. One is just water and the other is water laced with either heroin or cocaine. If you do that, the rat will almost always prefer the drug water and almost always kill itself. Professor Alexander comes along and he looks at this experiment and he noticed something. We're putting the rat in an empty cage. So Professor Alexander built a cage that he called Rat Park. In Rat Park, they don't like the drug water. You go from almost 100% overdose when they're isolated to 0% overdose when they have hospitalized. What is addiction is an adaptation to your environment. Human beings have a natural and innate need to bond. And when we're happy and healthy, we'll bond and connect with each other. But if you can't do that because you're traumatized or isolated or beaten down by life, you will bond with something that will give you some sense of relief. The opposite of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is connection. Almost everything we think we know about addiction is wrong. You get a rat and you put it in a cage and you give it 2 water bottles. One is just water and the other is water laced with either heroin or cocaine. If you do that, the rat will almost always prefer the drug water and almost always kill itself. Professor Alexander comes along and he looks at this experiment and he noticed something. We're putting the rat in an empty cage. So Professor Alexander built a cage that he called Rat Park. In Rat Park, they don't like the drug water. You go from almost 100% overdose when they're isolated to 0% overdose when they have happy and connected lives. What if addiction is an adaptation to your environment? Human beings have a natural and innate need to bond. And when we're happy and healthy, we'll bond and connect with each other. But if you can't do that because you're traumatized, traumatized or isolated, beaten down by life, you will bond with something.
Long day.
Yeah. The opposite of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is connection.
I've not eaten yet. We've just been sulking, waiting for him.
If you want to develop something, if you want to attain a new skill, let's
I
just say
believe
another language. The quickest way to learn this language is for the next 30 days, you take care you have something to eat, you have enough sleep, and the rest of the time you study. You don't watch television. You don't go on social media. You don't play any games. You don't go out on party. You don't drink alcohol. You don't take drugs.
Because most people are waiting for it. Florida's got the craziest laws because Florida's trying to protect their pain pill industry. They hire undercover cops to pretend to be high school students. They hired a 25-year-old hot woman to pretend to be a high school student, flirt with boys, get those boys to sell her weed, and then arrest them.
That's tough.
Yeah, you can't incite someone to do a crime and arrest them. It's your fault.
You ruined their life. Like Rhea was a 16-year-old in high school selling pot, and they threatened to put her in. They put her in juvie.
But how did she get caught?
Imagine that story. If the genders
Words to mouth, years, and
One of the teachers, I think, caught her doing a sale, like to another student, or another student went and told a teacher that she was doing it.
So like a teacher random came and looks young, hey, you want to send me some weird, like, aha,
But
caught you.
either way, it's still fucking wrong. Like, it's like they ruined her life. Like, Rhea could have been an amazingly productive, like, addition to society. Like, she's a very gifted person.
It's like a cop coming and sending me a bike on the street telling me, hey, this is for sale. You don't resell, you can't do this, and I arrest me because I buy a bike.
Entrapment. It's called entrapment.
Yeah.
But, like, to do that to children, because, like, that's what teenagers are, essentially. They're children. Their brains are not, they don't have the experience to know who to, like, and you know what? We're brought up being told, just trust adults.
He lost his ball in my slipper. And I was like, what are you looking for? And I put my slipper on. Ow! Fucking bone inside my slipper. Fuck, I should have grabbed cigarettes in my way back.
I already got a pack. They're on the floor on the chair.
Oh, sweet. Good. Oh, baby.
Saturdays mean nothing.
Huh?
Saturdays mean nothing to me. All day I've been walking around going, fuck Garrett.
You just said the same thing with Max. He's like, I called to have an appointment or something for the school.
Oh, wow.
And I'm supposed to start like next week.
Oh, wow.
And then he's asking, so when's your next availability? Sunday at 7:00 p.m. Like, never. Like, just give me a day and I'll make a hold. You know, I don't have any availability. What Mike said. He's like, I don't even have weekends. Doesn't mean anything anymore.
yeah,
like,
but
no.
you know what? Tell Max to find the time to do the thing he wants to do. Even if it ends up being a thing, like, not something that he actually does want to do, but just to, you don't want to be the kid who is hired by their father and that's the only job.
I have some good news for you.
What?
Next week we're gonna have a truck park in our driveway.
Okay. Wait, what? For what?
Because in January, second week of January, we work at that place.
Yeah.
So we need to put a truck here, to store it here, so that we can use it when we need it. So there'll be a truck here at all times.
Okay.
What?
Not fully understanding what.
Because first, you cannot store all of his trucks, right?
Yeah, but if the registration is going to be for storage?
No. The thing is
okay, so he just
when
doesn't
you
have
put the truck in
space.
storage at this guy's garage, he puts a bunch of car in storage. So your car is stuck in the back of the garage until the date, and everybody comes get their car on the same date. Because he pulls them out. Because the last time he went to pick up the truck in the garage, there was 6 cars in front of it.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
So they put it in the garage for that. So he doesn't want to put this one in the garage because we'll need it.
Which one?
The burgundy one, I think.
Is the blue one scrapped yet?
Yeah, I didn't see it anymore.
Okay.
Sort of his place.
Yeah, well, he probably got it towed. He probably said just scrap it.
Yeah. Yeah, so today I was with Derek all day.
Oh, that's why you have all your choice.
You see?
You didn't smoke at all.
That's what I
so
smoked.
funny.
And then because of that,
What?
a hammer.
Why?
I was like doing this, bing, 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 bing. I wasn't thinking, and then pow, it slipped off the thing and it hit my hand. I'm like, you know what, man? I'm gonna do it my way. I went to the truck, I grabbed my fucking grinder, and it's 2 seconds. Like, fuck, man, what am I listening to you for? Are you okay? It's like, outside of that, I'm pissed because I hit my hand because I did it the wrong way. And I'm okay. I'm good.
I used to do that in softball. I got hurt in softball. I'd just lay on the ground for a little bit. And people would come up and be like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Don't touch me. Don't talk to me. Just leave me here for a second to swear this out." And they're like, "Do you wanna switch with somebody so that I can be benched?" I'm like, "No. Why the fuck would I do that? I would not play sports or I'd play a sport and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Like tennis."
You don't play football if you don't like to be shot into the ground.
They were talking about our hockey teams recently or today, and they were just doing that whole what's going on with Canadian hockey teams recently? They're not doing so great, and they're literally on the commercial break. One of the TSN ads are just oh, so basically they're not going to do anything, and then they're going to get Daddy to pay their way. I just don't see our hockey team doing anything other than that. I was like, wow. So we're just blatantly saying it now. But apparently one of the hockey players punched another hockey player in the face.
Oh, yeah?
And then tried to deny that it happened.
So Derek told me a good story today about him because I said, hey, I was in UV. I played with Yann Laperrière, the son of Jacques Laperrière, and he's like, actually I played a lot of hockey and I played with a lot of NHL players, and I got a good story for you. Yeah, well, what is this? I got in a scrap with Georges Larac. I'm like, wait, what? The big gay black guy that they put in Canadian Montreal just to box on the ice in 2010? This tall black guy, super gay, huge, and he boxes. His job is to box on skates on the ice. So when somebody fucks around with Canadian Montreal, George goes, big black guy, boom! And then he got in a scrap with Georges Larac back then. And then the way he got out of it is yo, I don't care. I don't have anything to lose. You're an NHL player. And Georges Larac's like, oh, stupid fucking game. And he was on his way. But he totally grabbed him like this. One hand, fucking put him in the top, and Derek was like, yo, you're going to lose a lot more than me. You're an NHL player. And you let him go. He's like, I was going to get fucked up. I got lucky. Get a scrap.
Yeah, but usually, people will end up actually, either you end up being friends with that person because they will, respect you a bit more because you stood up for yourself.
Okay.
What?
Happy to see you. I'm super hyped.
What?
I'm super hyped.
Why?
I'm happy to see you.
I'm happy for you. I was blowing when you posted today.
Adrenaline crack. What's that?
I was blowing when you posted today.
Blowing. Oh, yeah? With the electric blower?
A lot easier, but I'm just
Forever.
this feels so stupid.
You have to do this like this.
It just feels so stupid. Why do I have to do this at all? Can't I just leave them? What if I just leave them? Being a neighborly neighbor. part of the neighborhood.
No, it's part of not having a $300 ticket, and the second time $900 ticket, please don't pick up your leaves. Because they rot on your thing, and they bring bugs. People complain, so they made a rule.
Really?
Yes. Same with your grass. If you leave your grass, okay?
Hold on.
Oh, you're never eating while eating. So yeah, today I went at this place, acid wash with Max and with Cody.
Yeah.
And I already told Max yesterday, you're the one dismantling the scaffolding. He's like, okay, no problem, I'm up for it. What I didn't tell him is like that we didn't have any banana clips or anything to secure the scaffolding, so I put tie wire in every single hole to make it secure. He's like, holy shit, dude. You tie wire the whole thing. Like, yes, I did. So it's secure.
Can't just cut them off, like snip them off.
No, I want to reuse them. I told them I'm twist
You're
there.
a shit face.
Yeah.
You're an asshole.
Yeah.
What are you giving the kid extra work for?
That's the word. It's literally just doing this. Boop, pulling it out.
Yeah, it's a
Boop,
pain in the
pulling
ass
it out.
though.
Cutting it is harder. So then Cody went to a job on his own. We went and dropped Max to him do a job on his own. And me and Derek went to that lady in PDO, $1 million house, whatever. And then she's dealing with the problem and us, while her husband is on the couch in the fucking basement watching TV, not caring at all. And like, it's leaking in your basement right beside your face, and you're not even getting up to see what's up. Okay. Anyway, pouring down water on the chimney that looks completely fine. It fucking leaks and leaks and leaks. And then at the end, you notice that the chimney is starting to do this from the house. Chimney is fucking there. It's not attached to the house itself. The chimney is built beside the house and goes through the roof on the side of the flashing, whatever. But then there's no brick or nothing. You can see the inner wall with the paper and everything inside. And then it looks like
The fire come out?
the chimney's coming like that. So she's coming out on one side first, and then she's going to twist and collapse. But she's not doing it just because the top is stuck in the roof. So it's coming out. Yeah, I don't even know how to fucking build this. Usually you build it into the house. You just attach.
What's going on?
Okay? So you just drink water.
Oh.
You good? Like your tail?
Why you're taking off? One of the vets told me that.
Baby, come here.
What?
Well,
Okay?
okay.
You okay?
Breathing, yeah. Breathing. scared me for a little bit.
You're not in trouble. No, you're good person. Sometimes it stops doing it and sometimes it does it again. You know those spam channels that try to text you all the time? There's a bunch of people on it. It's always probably like poker hookup or whatever.
Roll and like a certain amount of like people you know.
Oh well, no, the
And
like the
always
T
like
Keith got oh, my phone got working so well since I dropped it today. See? So 5 new message requests. Here, you may know.
Okay.
All of these fucking shit.
Victoria Rhea.
Shit, that's new. That used to be all of us upstairs at like I know these guys. I don't care. But sometimes it stops sending it to me.
Get there, champ.
That's super weird. That's the girl, my friend that died,
Okay.
and they did tribute to Anne Marie. Over 10 years. And then people are still hanging out in that chat room.
Well, probably like a memorial thing.
Yeah, but
It comes up every year.
oh, I never joined.
Huh?
Every time you move or every time you like make any sound, he's like,
Jesus Christ. Jesus. Have to not move anymore? Ever? Hmm? You should check his paw. Maybe he has a dictator. Hard with him licking you while you do it.
well, I separate the fur between his toes.
You go. Now you just clean your hair.
Let's see here.
Ooh, looking much better. Okay.
My mum used to always say this to me because I got bullied a lot. I got bullied so much in my younger years.
That's
I remember
perfect.
coming home one day, my mum felt really sorry for me. I was crying. My mum kind of sat me down and she goes, "Listen, if someone gives you a present and you don't want that present, who does that present belong to? It belongs to the person who gave it to you. Honey, when you go to school and all these kids give you the gift of negativity, if you don't want that gift, who does that negativity belong to? It belongs to them." When my mum told me that at 12, it added literally no value to me. But the thing is, as I've gotten older, I started to realize, wow, there's so much wisdom in there. Mum used to always say this to me because
Go down. Go.
What? Creep.
So creep. Shut up. Shut up. Wash my hands.
So you're Europe in 1944. As a continent, you've been through a lot these past few decades. Yet despite all the destruction and power-hungry dictators sapping you dry, you've always managed to bounce back. And one of the reasons for that was colonialism. Ah yes, those were the good old days when all a European colonizer needed was a flag and the audacity to claim the land for themselves. And no other continent on Earth made you quite as thirsty as Africa. Rubber, tea, wood, coca, ivory, gold, diamonds. These were just some of Africa's most sought-after resources. And back in the late 1800s, everyone wanted a piece of the action. Britain, France, Portugal, Spain, Germany, Belgium. They couldn't wait to get their hands on all those expensive resources they could exploit. And if someone didn't lay down some ground rules, there would be an all-out war for control over Africa. So you do what any good colonizer would do to keep the peace. And in 1884, you got everyone around the table to divide up the continent between all of you. That way, everyone could have their own fair share of Africa's wealth. Well, everyone except for the actual Africans. But who cares about them? And for a while, your little system worked perfectly. Even after World War I, you managed to use all those African resources to pay for and repair all the damage the war caused. But then World War II came around, and suddenly things became ugly. See, you had gotten so used to exploiting Africa for whatever you needed, that when the war started and you needed more soldiers and men, you thought, well, we're already taking Africa's stuff, we might as well take the people too. So you forced hundreds of thousands of Africans from Algeria to South Africa to enlist into your armies and war campaigns. And that was the last straw. Not only were you tapping Africa dry of all its resources, but now you were coming for its people too. The African people had no interest in who came out on top of it. Or enough was enough. It was time for Africa to take back what was theirs. So in 1945, just as you were calculating how many diamonds, gold, coca, and rubber it would cost to rebuild all the cities you destroyed, Africa put its foot down. One by one, African countries either negotiated or
So here's the set of steps to become so probably my biggest. First, do some of this. You're young. The first thing you want to do is to get to one of 20 super cities. I'm just talking about someone who wants to be an economic animal. Some people might say, Scott, it's your way, it's not the right way. I can make 55,000 euros running a small bakery and have a really nice life. More power to you. Majority of the people I hear from realize that the wealth equals relevance and love in a capitalist society, and they want to be economically very secure. The easiest thing, the best piece of advice is one, get credential, live in a LinkedIn economy. Your success is especially impressive because on average, people who get a college degree for 50 to 100% more over the course of their life. The second thing is get to a super city. 2/3 of all economic growth in the next 30 years is going to take place in one of 20 cities. If you have total geographic agility and flexibility, ignoring ridiculous INS of the U.S., you want to get to New York or San Francisco. Because to be good in San Francisco is you walk away from a little bit to you know, you stay with the war. You should never know the war. It's more comfortable for them, but not to be known. That's why it's hard for us to stay down. So you said it, no. Oh boy, this one action like this, she don't care. And many of us like that because we don't care about ourselves. We don't care about
Nice guy.
Oh,
Baby,
what?
love me.
Say goodbye to messy cables. Free up space with the Secret Lab mounted on the Magnus Pro. And tighten the line from the top without going under your desk. Secure your cables on your tabletop with magnetic cable anchors. Add new devices and cables without having to reorganize your space Organizing your desk should always be this easy.
I hate you.
That was a cool desk.
Western media and Western politicians are lying to you. Well, please acknowledge, you might think, but this is a very specific case study, and it is deeply illustrative and deeply alarming. Yesterday, racist Israeli football thugs rioted in Amsterdam while publicly inciting genocide, a criminal act under the 1948 Genocide Convention. This is the proximate cause of the
That is some crazy shit, though.
I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what happened in Amsterdam. I wasn't there. I'm not on the ground. And nor would I ever justify violence.
Yeah, but I think it's like incredible that they're able to like. It's like the kid on the playground that comes up. What's the matter now?
Look at what he's doing. Good bonus stuff. Your cheese.
What are you looking for?
I forgot.
No, it's like the kid that on the playground that like kicks you and then runs behind a teacher.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like, no, he hit me first. Except we're talking about mass murder.
Oh yeah. The cigarettes on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, where?
Under the chair.
As victims, Israeli soccer fans attacked in Amsterdam, authorities say, is a typical such headline. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the EU Commission, says, outraged by last night's vile attacks targeting Israeli citizens in Amsterdam. I just spoke with the Dutch Prime Minister. I strongly condemn these unacceptable acts. Anti-Semitism has absolutely no place in Europe, and we are determined to fight all forms of hatred. She's shown more outrage here, I would note, than she has for the mass murder of tens of thousands of Palestinians by the Israeli state. And she says all forms of hatred, but there was very specific forms of hatred being expressed on the streets of Amsterdam, we'll come on to, which she clearly did not condemn. Now this is Naftali Bennett, he's the former Israeli Prime Minister.
At this very moment in Amsterdam, Jews are being attacked at multiple locations with brutal force. It's a pogrom in action. I call upon the Dutch authorities, the Amsterdam authorities, to act immediately to prevent further injury and to prevent the loss of lives.
Now, before I put that in context, this is Sky News talking about Kristallnacht, the murderous Nazi pogrom of Jews across Germany.
Where are you hovering the floor?
Those people who perhaps live in Amsterdam, those Jewish people there, were remembering Kristallnacht, which was a pogrom that happened before World War II, where Jews were targeted, of course.
I just gave him a little bit of cheese.
You can
He's
understand
like,
how upset, how angry, how afraid they are that this happened.
We had like ridiculously large food today.
Oh yeah? It all came out in the same time?
Yeah.
The past 2 weeks worth of food?
I think it's the cheese. I think my dog is just like his dying out consistent cheese. Even though it like goes against his nature as a dog.
Israeli leftist politician advocacy, a lone courageous voice amongst Jewish Israeli politicians in the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, offers far more accurate coverage than the vast majority of the Western media, saying the spirit of Israeli fascism reached Amsterdam. Fans on a violent rampage, beating, tearing the Palestinian flags in the streets as if they were an occupying force and shouting Nazi slogans in favour of the extermination of a nation. And whining when the situation degenerates into complete chaos and violence returns to them like a boomerang. Any violence is obscene and unacceptable. Both sides should be held accountable for the hooliganism, and Israeli media, as usual, just hides and distorts reality in the service of the authorities. Well, not just the Israeli media. These racist Israeli football hooligans went around. Firstly, at the stadium, they jeered through a minute silence for victims of Spain's faults because Spain has recognised the Palestinian state and spoken in support of
Yeah, I couldn't stop scratching.
because we killed all the kids.
Wait, what?
This attempt to turn the world on its head and reality upside down. This just simply cannot carry on. This gaslighting.
I don't know where I was
They
scared.
tore down Palestinian flags in Amsterdam.
I got scared. I removed my finger. Like, you're gonna bite it or something?
Sometimes I will do give chocolate. But I hope you fall, you dipshit. Oh, please fall.
He said genocide convention. You wanted to say Geneva convention.
Hey, you thinking you're gonna play on words?
Oh.
Gets worse. The BBC headline was Israeli football fans attacked in Amsterdam, officials say, with a clip of this purported attack. Indeed, you can see this clip for yourself. It does indeed look disturbing.
This is a Cybertruck. This is $100 grand in cash. I'm going to give one to somebody who's watching this ad right now. The way you win it is by building the largest community on school in the next 30 days. Last month, the winner had $50,000 a month.
Thank you.
Just a minor issue here. A Dutch photographer responded to someone sharing this clip with the following: I'm the creator of this video. You're spreading fake news. This is a group of McAfee supporters starting a fight and beating one Dutchman. Delete this content. I don't give you permission. That just sums it up, doesn't it? That just sums it up. The attempt to show the reality of this. Literally sharing a video of McAfee fans attacking a Dutchman and then portraying it as though it's McAfee fans, Israeli fans, for the big attack. And as dire as the vast majority of the coverage has been, even Sky News posted this. And buried in the BBC coverage is live feed as the following. The BBC has spoken to a fan who went to the match last night.
What are you doing?
Seeing Maccabi Tel Aviv
Staring at
fans,
me.
supporters, on the Amsterdam Metro, going up and down the carriages 3 or 4 times looking for a fight. Colin says everyone was going into the city, so everyone knew what was going to happen. He has been shocked by the betrayal of the incident in the media, adding that the attacks were completely provoked and Palestinian fighters were torn down the night before. It then adds in italics as a disclaimer below it, though. As a reminder, authorities in the Netherlands have condemned anti-Semitic attacks on Israeli fans, with Amsterdam's Israeli supporters were actively sought out for violence across the city. Anti-Semitism is real. It's a danger. It's rising. It has to be confronted. A constant attempt to dilute this meaning is beyond irresponsible.
You want more cheese?
Because have chanted their way through a
That was one for cheese, yeah.
into a country which has taken some sort of stance against the invasion of Ukraine.
Like, it feels like I tried to trick him by giving him just a little bit of cheese twice. He knows that give him a little bit of cheese still.
The worst thing you can do to my dog is try to trick him, because especially if he finds out that you're trying to trick him, he catches on, and then you're fucked. The tennis ball, he'll never touch the tennis ball. All because I was like, I'm gonna be super smart. I'm gonna make a fishing rod out of the tennis ball. So like lay down, I can play fetch. And it took him one time for me to pull it, and he was like, I don't win this game ever. I'm like, yeah, that's the point. I can play, and then you can learn how to fetch. And he never touched the tennis ball after that. Never. That's why I use golf balls.
Including so many children. The children of these hooligans relished murdering. Something's got to give, guys. This is a disgrace. And we cannot let our media consistently gaslight and lie to us.
Sunny ways, my friends. Sunny ways.
intelligence received from this organization. How much? That information has been published. But the only way is, can you dig it? Can you dig it?
Nice Warriors.
Huh?
The Warriors movie.
Oh.
He's saying before he said, "Can you dig it?" Is there's 18,000 police officers in New York, fucking shit up. There's 80,000 of us, warriors and gangs. Like, do you dig it? And people are like, ah, do you dig it? Ah! Bam! You get shots in the head. The movie starts like that. So now all the gangs are disorganized. All the gangs like goes to war against each other, and then the cops are taking advantage of that just because this guy got shot in the beginning with 80,000 people ready to go fuck shit up. Yeah, it's a really good movie.
That'd be really cool.
We should watch it.
I wish that would actually happen. Well, not something that gets on the head, but.
No, but like.
But like, I agree. Someone being like, "Yo, the cops are against all of us. Your politicians do not serve you, clearly. If you agree with politicians at this point, it's because that's who's paying your fucking rent. Like, done with this. And fucking, we're being told that, don't worry, it'll pay off in the long run. Fuck that. I'm not fucking buying that shit anymore. I'm not waiting 60 years of my life to fucking figure it out either. That fucking shit is rigged. I wonder why sometimes it feels like a fucking cruel joke. It is. It is a big joke. And you are the punchline.
I'm the punchline too. Punchline. Punchline, motherfucker.
That was a great intro, though.
Yeah. You think that the movie's gonna go one way? You're like, yeah, cool, right on it. Oh shit.
No, it's very true. Like, there's only so many fucking cops. Like, and I think during the trucker protest, I think that was a good example of people being able to organize themselves and doing it calmly.
I'm great, glad to have you here again. As always, every Friday, you definitely help keep this show growing. We have a lot to get into tonight. Justin Trudeau's worst week in office. We're going to touch base on that. We're going to talk a little bit about what happened this week. I don't know if you guys missed it, but there was an election this week.
A little bit more, so you need to. Now you can take the cheese in, and you were about to stare at me.
I heard about something that happened this week that
Drinking
really
water.
set people
What's
over the
that?
edge. I don't know, in terms of elections.
We're out there.
We're going to get into it. Let's start tonight off with a little bit of a roll call. We have some guests tonight on the show eagerly joining us at some point. Dragon's Lair Machine will be joining us on the stream. So I know everybody's been asking for ages. Get
Oh, his wife is adorable. It's a big fat chick. She's super pretty.
If it's your first time into the stream, make sure to let me
She's
know.
so pretty.
We're watching from. Let's see if we can get someone from every province in the country. Let's go. I saw Richard chiming in right away from Bancroft, Ontario. Welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here. We got David Brewer. Happy Friday. Derek and Tiffany from Springfield, Missouri. Welcome back in. Great to have you. Congratulations on the election this week. Princess Thickness is in the house. Hello.
Princess Thickness.
I don't know if you guys know that Seinfeld joke, but there you go. Welcome in from Montreal. We got Mystical coming in from Calgary, mostly recovered from the sprained ankle. Glad to hear that. It was great to meet you last Saturday. Huge thank you to everyone who came out to meet Mrs. Fringe and I at Shanks last Saturday, including one of our most loyal viewers, Megan, who came all the way from Windsor, Ontario. What a trooper. Excellent time there. Ryan coming in from Ontario, Canada. Patty, Tampon Boy has been in the field position since Trump won. We're going to get into that.
Tampon Boy.
It's going to be great. We got the Gemini coming in from Toronto, Ontario. Sorry, everybody's mentioning Donald Trump. I got to make sure I'm getting everybody again. Princess Thickness in from Montreal. Adam Johnson coming in from Kitchener, Ontario. H from Ontario in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Jody coming in. KW Ontario in the house. Welcome in. Great to have you here.
Where are you
Jason
going?
Vancouver.
Where are you looking for?
We've got Brendan watching from work, I'm assuming that is, but welcome in. Great to have you here from work. Mike St. John coming from Sudbury, Ontario. We got Harry Ludwig joining us once again from Calgary. We got BC Prairie Girl coming in from Maple Ridge, BC. It'd be a little weird if it was BC Maple Girl coming in from Nova Scotia or something. But good to have you in here. Mike coming in from Vancouver, Ontario. Welcome back in. It's great to have you here again. Cat Underwood joining us. Northeast Alberta by Cold Lake. Welcome in. Ed Hobbs coming in from BC. We got Wild Nature Farm from Alberta. We got Julia C coming in from Ontario. Alberta Patriot joining us once again from Red Deer, Alberta. And Pretty Weird Duck coming in from Calgary, Alberta. Trudeau's Economy from Calgary.
Smoking joints, is it there, right?
Island Girl coming in. BC, first time. Nobody forgets the first. Welcome into the stream. It's great to have you here. We got Trudeau's there, Blackface on a Castro coming in from the famous Trudeau bunker here in Windsor, Nova Scotia with the LFGs. It's always great to have you in here. Welcome in. Shelby coming in from Langley, BC. Carson Sexton joining us once again from Puerto Niagara, formerly from Slave Lake, Alberta. Great to have you in here. Clara coming in from Alberta. Welcome in. Greg Davis in from Calgary. Ingrid and Charlie coming in from Okotoks, Alberta. Great to have you guys in here again. Carol becoming a member for 1 month with the Patriots Club. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, Carol. Welcome to the Patriots Club. It says here, Mrs. Fridge is always beautiful. That's why I married her. I don't know if you guys know that, but hey, one of her more good features, I'd say.
What?
Nice person, beautiful, kind, puts up with my shit.
I think they're going to come back.
I think that's the best feature because I don't know anybody else who would. Let's go. We got to get Iden coming in from Toronto. We've got Brenda coming in from Shithole, Ontario. Is that a real town? I don't know. I think they renamed Ottawa. Hey, welcome in. It's great to have you here. Jesse Black coming in from Spruce Grove. Nelson coming in from St. John, New Brunswick. Janet coming in from Belleville, Ontario. Great to see you guys all in here. Buck coming in from Ottawa, Ontario. We've got Colin P. joining us from Red Deer. Colin, so happy to see you back. Glad your band's over. It's always good to have you back. Happy to see you here. Great chat with you Wednesday too during or Tuesday.
Yeah, it was Tuesday.
Tuesday during the election. We got a lady Genuine coming in from Waterloo region. Roxy from Quandra Island in BC.
Roxy!
Chip Davis coming in Peterborough, Ontario. How's the lovely wife doing? How's the family? How's the house coming along? I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. We're still here. That should tell you enough. Nelson coming in from New Brunswick. Welcome in. We got OCD from Vavenby, BC. Look, even put it brackets.
He did, yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much. We got Sherry from Southern Alberta. Master of Snatch jumping in. How you doing? It's great to see you in here. Carl from PEI. Let's see. Very Strong's in the stream. My family's disowned me because of the Trump mega landslide.
Wow.
I'm sorry to hear that, but that's their loss. Welcome in. Miss Hewitt Razor. Coming in from Guildford, BC. Welcome in. We got Captain Calgary coming in from Calgary. I almost said Captain Calgary from Regina, but hey, Captain Calgary. Hannibal Lecter coming in from Northwest Ontario. Great to have you in here. We've got Annette Maple Maga, Ontario, Brockville, Maga all the way. Connor Caldicut coming in from Alberta. We've got DMAC from Brandon. Wheat Kings go. Absolutely. Welcome in. Let's go, Brandon. Soon to be not anymore, but hey, Brandon, Manitoba's still. The beautiful lady in the white top beside you, absolutely stunning. So hands off, she's mine. Welcome in, it's great to have you here. CJB, you and Mrs. Spring should do a double date show with Northern Perspective. That would be awesome. Anything's possible, I guess, on YouTube. We'll see.
You never know.
Billy Mustang coming in from Virginia, USA. Arnold coming in from Western Alberta. We've got Adam from KW. I'm not sure where KW is. Let's, if somebody can put that in the chat, let me know. Derek BC, it's great to have you in here. Wolf Farside from Thunder Bay. Heather official, coming in from Edmonton, Alberta. Lucas joining us once again from Burnaby, BC. Welcome into the stream. Derek's in from Nova Scotia as well. I've got something to chat about that Derek put in the chat earlier. Absolutely alarming, but here we go. Kathy coming in from Buck Lake, Kelowna. We've got Jancor coming in from Ottawa, Ontario. Once again, great to have you in here. Queen Esther, good evening to you both from Ontario. Welcome in. Great to have you in. Gwen joining us from GTA. We've got Wesley Snipes joining us from Lethbridge, good old Lethbridge GM Purist coming in from Medicine Hat. We've got Lady Genuine coming in from Cambridge. I think we pulled that one earlier. I apologize if I'm on something and didn't realize that. Trevor Olson coming in from Calgary. Iraqi coming in from Mississauga. Don't just check in. Stick around for a while. It's going to be a great show.
It is going to be a good
Looking
show.
forward to seeing you here. We've got Jenny Girl. We've got Jenny coming in from Ottawa Valley, Ontario. Great to have you in here, Jenny. Chris Johnson, London, Ontario. Hate to live here. Glad to be in the chat. We're glad to have you here as well. Welcome in. Very Strong joining us from Medicine Hat. Great. Biden with a great message. Respect the troops. Wear a poppy to the troops. We're going to get into that. Landlocked Newfie coming in from Edmonton. Welcome. We've got Paul, Red Deer County. Welcome into the stream. I've got Calgary coming in from Southwest Saskatchewan. Welcome. Great to have you here. We got Ingrid and Charlie, I believe.
Yeah.
The chat's just flowing, guys. The chat's flowing. Warkey31 with the hammer. Welcome in. Great to have you in the stream. Between the multi-streams, guys, we have 500 viewers in here already. If you're in YouTube, don't forget to get a thumbs up in the chat. It takes 2 seconds, costs you nothing, and it helps push us out there. If you're enjoying the content, get a thumbs up in there. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about tonight. Lots.
Yeah.
First, I want to talk about what Derek mentioned earlier. Apparently, in Nova Scotia, there was a school or a school board that has said that veterans or anybody military
Oh,
was
they invited the veterans to a school for
asked them not to wear their uniforms. How is that to our veterans, ladies and gentlemen? Of course, this weekend coming up on Remembrance Day, one of the most important days of Canadian celebrated holidays, in my opinion.
And Veterans Day in the U.S.
And Veterans Day in the United States. This is a very important day that I found, if I pushed down, kind of sideswiped. Well, the government's busy with DEI and virtue signaling. They don't like to acknowledge our veterans. We said veterans are the backbone of this country. We wouldn't be anywhere without the men and women of our military who serve for us. Those who have paid the ultimate price for our freedoms. We owe them a debt of gratitude. Anybody who disrespects our military should be driven out of the country, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, they quickly changed their minds, but it's disrespectful to even think about doing something like that in the first place.
The problem with changing their minds is the only reason they changed it is because of pushback.
Exactly.
Where are you?
Done. Well, I opened the door for him to go pee and I realized how much smoke is in here. I left the door open. Okay.
Okay, done.
Okay.
Go.
Oop.
That's all right.
So crazy shit when the smoke comes out of her mouth.
Yeah, but apparently it's the cure for COVID.
Yup.
Where are you?
Hiding in the dark.
Where'd is this a super fucking bright light?
I don't know. Moon. The moon. Oh. Oh. Ah, I see. I got tripped. Oh, we're good. There we go. Thank you, God. You could have just asked me for the fucking door instead of staring at me. Like, seriously. Hey, baby.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you.
Mm.
Mm. Mm.
You guys didn't miss, but I can just explain what happened. So, basically, back to the traffic, I thought it was the switch. I missed the switch already by soldering everything hardwired. I soldered the two things together. This used to be connected to white by the switch. This could be connected to black by the switch. And now they're hardwired, so it won't need a switch anymore. It's just going to turn on when it plugs in. But it's still, and I'm guessing it's because of a thermal fuse. I think it overheated and the fuse. Try and act.
Boy.
Checking it.
Move this cover. We're going to be working on this one. You can see it's really dusty.
Oh.
Is there some on here? It should allow you to remove the fan shroud. The actual lift off of the shaft of the motor. Cover. We'll also remove these.
Why?
Are you a tired ass
No.
woman? Do you know a tired ass woman?
Unclean. Even with a clean it, which is already clean.
No.
Welcome. First thing I check, the switch. You don't hear no clicking. Well,
Don't hear no clicking.
we have this here. Let's see what's really going on. Okay, so grab it. Is I gotta flip it over on its side. I'll get you a close up. I'm just taking this out.
Yeah.
And this is the prize right here. This right here. This is your
fuse. It's a thermal fuse. Yeah, so let's get the meter out and go from.
No, that's not my problem.
And
I need you to take the top off.
What?
Expensive. I talked to you for a while.
Oh my god.
In this, we're going to take shaft rides through, and this wears out. And I have not been able to find a replacement bushing. I'm not saying they're not out there. I haven't been able to find it. Another person in a YouTube video points this out, showing. And his comment was that shop vacs are made after good use for a few years to fail, and then you just have to go out and buy another one. And I've come up with a solution for this, an expensive solution. Someone has made mention, and we did do that. We put a lubricant in here, and that quieted it down for a while, but then it started making and not working. So that is a temporary solution. Used wheel bearing grease, and that lasted quite a bit longer. You see it attracts dust and costs
So
around
stupid.
$4 the pushing. And this is what the clip out. What I've done is I've used the pliers to
This is insane.
take a little bit away of
This is
where
insane that the irreplaceable pieces.
over the clip.
And did you see the fucking piece? It's a metal ring. Like, the fucking ring you've ever picked up in your whole life. Why? What did I do? Check them out. That is some bullish.
Bullish.
What are you wearing your tail for? Fucking weirdo. Like, there's really, literally, like, no possible way to just put that back on. I'm not.
What do you want? What do you want from me? Huh? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? No. Ma. Let's put that in there.
Okay. Fuck!
My phone?
What? Okay.
I don't know.
What, Mr. Magoo? Yeah. No. Did we know?
But for him, what did he put? Grease? All the fuck is grease supposed to keep it?
Fine. I want to make pizza. Many pizzas. Do we take them?
You put the cheese on it and you broil it.
No pepperoni?
Yeah, just so the cheese melt and become a but it's a good roll like that stuff.
The beef, beef, I'm a sheep.
Beef, sheep, there's other beef. Beef, you're a sheep. Beef, you're a sheep. Is there any hot water?
I use cold water. But yes, there's hot water.
Huh?
But yes, there's hot water.
It is really hot. Beef, you're a sheep.
Legally blonde.
Oh, the musical?
Yup. Well, I saw a super fucking hilarious clip today where she's just like, girls, I have an announcement. I'm going to Harvard. On vacay? Why don't we all go? Road trip! She's like, no, I'm going to Harvard. And they're like, well, why? She's like, but isn't like Harvard like super hard to get into? Like, and she's like, oh, you're gonna need my scrunchie. She's like, what? It's like my lucky scrunchie. And she's like, oh, fucking, I helped me pass algebra. And she's like, you passed algebra because you gave the teacher a lap dance after class. She's like, yeah, luckily.
What's the matter?
Okay, I have one today. History movie. Oh.
Don't count on the nano.
Nicholas Figueroa. Well,
Don't count on the nano.
the guy can just like his people are like there's a famine amongst his people, and the guy just can't seem to stop getting caught eating. Like. Like, he was addressing his people, and one of the people of Venezuela holds up his belt. And he's like, yeah, I'm on the Maduro diet. And the guy goes, you're welcome. Look at that. Look at all the weight that guy lost. He's showing his belt. He's like, this used to be my belt. Now it's like I have to make a new hole every week. They get skinnier and skinnier. I also think that the previous prime minister of Venezuela is a little bird that talks to him and tells him how to run the country. I was like, okay. Like, oh yeah, a little bird came into my room at night and he said, I'm the soul of the previous leader that died, and I'm gonna guide you how to be prime minister. And that's who he listens to and to make decisions. I was like, oh my god.
Agree with that?
Oh, definitely not. Well, he seemed really good at first. Even I thought he was pretty good. Okay.
Don't let your boyfriend see this poop. Let me explain why. This is the world's most powerful airline, but it's...
The Russell Crowe named a koala chlamydia ward after you. Well, yes, I did. You might be thinking right now, hey, hold on, didn't you shut down the show last week after Russell Crowe named a koala chlamydia ward after you? Well, yes, I did. I did do that. In fact, I went to Australia to go work with the koalas, but then I learned two important things. First, HBO contracts are a little harder to get out of than I originally thought. And second, these horny little fuckers are not as cute as you'd expect. They are nasty, they're mean, they're not even technically bears, and all they kept asking was whether or not I knew James Corden, and I don't. I don't know him, but I hear terrible things. So unfortunately for everybody, this show must continue. And we begin tonight with the Trump White House, the only home in America where the next occupant will have to ask, what's the best way to get cum stains out of Abe Lincoln's ghost? Now, yeah, we're back. It was another big week. It was another big week for the Trump administration. They got 3 American detainees out of North Korea, which was great. They pulled out of the Iran deal, which may turn out to be catastrophic. John Kelly said immigrants lack the skills to assimilate, which is ironic coming from someone with the surname Kelly. And the First Lady announced her anti-cyberbullying program, appealing to people to be kind, which was a little jarring considering this.
Denials and deflections. The White House refuses to talk about a joke one employee made about John McCain's terminal illness.
Yeah, it's true. A Trump aide joked that John McCain's opposition to Trump's pick for CIA director didn't matter because he's dying anyway.
Oh, wow.
But it's also not really.
It was like a very aggressive brain cancer too.
Isn't really news. It's just an assumed fact, like gravity, or the fact that young Sheldon will someday grow up and look nothing like Jim Parsons, and then hell will break loose because the world can't handle an inconsistency like that. But tonight, let's ignore all of that and instead focus on the busy week for one person in particular, Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's personal lawyer, and a lawyer so shitty he made Trump say, I need someone good, get me Rudy Giuliani on the phone. Think about that. Think about that. For making a payment to Stormy Daniels, a potential violation of campaign finance law. And this week, the water got even hotter.
Now to a legal drama swirling around President Trump's attorney and fixer, Michael Cohen, reaching a new level tonight over millions of dollars in payments and a serious allegation that Cohen was selling access to President Trump.
Millions of dollars for access to Trump, which is just bizarre, because I naturally assumed that you gained access to the president by finding a golden ticket in your MAGA hat. Don't fall into the river of gravy, little Charlie, or you'll never be the next owner of the racism factory. Now, selling access is a serious allegation, and there is a lot that we still don't know here. What we can say is, shortly after Trump was elected, Michael Cohen suddenly started making a lot of money. It was apparently funneled through a shell company that he created called Essential Consultants, a company for which there is no logo, and even the name arouses suspicion. For starters, not essential. He's also not. Plus, there's only one of him, so even the S in the company name is dumb lie.
It's a big dumb lie.
Pretty brazen.
A Republican strategist says his sales pitch went something like this, quote, "I don't know who's been representing you, but you should fire them all. I'm the guy you should hire. I'm closest to the president. I'm his personal lawyer."
And that is a little bit weird because lawyers don't generally pitch themselves by offering up info on their other clients. It's like a doctor saying, if you hire me, I'll tell you about all of Larry King's birthmarks. First, you're not supposed to be sharing that information. Second, ew! Now, the most eye-catching business that Cohen drummed up came from Columbus Nova, an investment company linked to a Russian oligarch with $500,000. And they insist that the oligarch had nothing to do with that payment, and that they hired Cohen for his expertise. But what is Cohen an expert in exactly, other than wearing jackets that look like they should be worn by a leprechaun used car salesman? And it wasn't just Columbus Nova. Big companies with business before the Trump administration gave money to Cohen, including a defense contractor, which paid him $150,000, and pharmaceutical giant Novartis, which agreed to pay him $1.2 million for advice on U.S. healthcare policies. But after only one meeting with him, this happened.
Novartis says it quickly realized Cohen could not provide them the insight they wanted on healthcare matters, and the decision was taken not to further. Already under contract, the company still paid Cohen nearly $1 million over the course of a year.
I mean, just think about that. They met Cohen. Even though he still had months to go on his $1 million contract, they decided, let's never see this guy ever again. They basically paid $1 million not to talk to Michael Cohen, which, when you put it that way, actually starts to sound like kind of a bargain. And Novartis wasn't the only company who put a stupid amount of faith in Cohen's non-existent expertise.
The new report says that on the very first business day of the Trump administration, the president's personal attorney, Michael Cohen, signed a contract with AT&T to receive $600,000 to consult on long-term planning.
It's true. On the first business, trying to deal with AT&T, who were currently trying to take over our. But they said they only paid him to better understand the president's thinking, which is just ridiculous. Because if you want to understand this president's thinking, simply have a donkey kick you in the head 5 times and then watch Fox News for 72 hours straight. That will give you a pretty good idea. Now, we probably don't yet know the full significance of all of these payments, but I would argue that at heart, these companies got exactly what they paid for, because they wanted to understand how the Trump administration worked. And think about it. They put their trust in a political novice who turned out to be a total moron, and who was actually just bilking them for personal gain. So, you wanted to know how the Trump administration works? Congratulations, you just got a fucking masterclass. And now, this.
About Mother's Day.
So Mother's Day shouldn't be just another day where we do the same old thing over and over again, Brian.
My wife is going to leave me with 2 children, and I will figure it out. Those are my plans.
And I will figure it out.
Choice. She just told me I'm leaving. Good luck to you.
She just told me I'm leaving and figure it out.
For my wife, let her sleep and not talk for 30 seconds until she's after started drinking coffee. That's it. Hooters has free meals for your mom if your wife or mother is okay with going to Hooters on Mother's Day.
Every year you say, Mom, we're going to go walking with you. We're going to hang out. And she's like, oh, I think I could just
go get a spa gift card, a massage or something. You're like, thanks, Mom. Maybe that says something about you, Kate.
We were standing in the kitchen, our eyes met, and then she gave me the stink eye. That's what happened.
She gave you the, it's this Sunday, you better get on the ball.
I felt bad.
I felt bad.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns Venezuela, not to be confused with Venezuela, because that is the hot new celebrity couple that's just Ben Affleck fucking a Vuvuzela. He's happy. You should be happy for him. Venezuela is the country famous for giving the world oil, 7 Miss Universes, 6 Miss Worlds, and of course, most importantly, 1 Wilma Valderrama, who I like to think of as the Miss Universe of that 70s show. Now, over the last few years, it has seemed like every time Venezuela has been on the news, it's because something awful has been happening.
Food riots and looting. This is now the only
Violent protesters stormed the National Assembly Sunday. Lawmakers, chaos in Caracas, a stolen police helicopter fires on Venezuela's Supreme Court.
The clashes in Caracas between
Fires
protesters
on
and police are
Supreme Court?
looking more
A
like all-out
helicopter?
war.
Wait,
It's true.
what?
Things in Venezuela have been extremely grim. So fair warning here, this is not going to be one of those feel-good last week tonight stories like Slippers or Everything Looks Okay in the Pudding Factory or a genocide but it's only happening to balloon animals. And it has been hard to keep up with events in Venezuela due to the hurricane of shit that we've all been dealing with here. Although, if you follow conservative media at all, you may have seen it frequently painted as the inevitable dire. For a case in point, just watch this InfoWars reporter who is a chill Bernie Sanders supporter.
Well, you know Venezuela, right? Heard of it. A majority of the country is currently eating rats, while their politicians are drinking champagne on a daily basis. Well, I'm saying, since if Bernie Sanders were president, right, and he wanted to bring the same ideas as for socialism into this country, do you think that we would benefit? Yeah. But I just told you Venezuela's eating rats.
Honey, I don't want, like...
Well...
oh my god. You was thinking never Venezuela? You people have, like, worms in your brain, honestly.
She certainly just got served by sassy Popeye. What you do have there is a nice distillation of the current level of political discourse in America. Two people who don't really know what they're talking about, condescending to each other nonsensically until one of them lands a... What is happening in Venezuela is not just extremely worth paying attention to, because this is not just a story about socialism. There are plenty of socialist countries that look nothing like Venezuela. It's a story about epic mismanagement. So epic that a nation of 31 million people in the world have been forced to resort to some pretty creative forms of protest.
Social media ablaze for the past few days, encouraging protesters to fill jars and bags with human feces. This is one of our last options, says this masked man. We are calling it Puputov cocktails.
Puputov cocktails, named of course after the Soviet premier Vyacheslav Puputov, who was infamous for pooping in jars and throwing them at people. History for you there. And well, that is funny because, you know, it's poop. It is also desperate people resorting to a desperate measure. And given that, next Sunday, Venezuela is having their presidential election, tonight we thought we'd check in on what's been happening there to try and understand how Venezuela got into this mess and how, despite making it easy, Nicolas Maduro, seen here, absolutely going is almost certainly going to win despite having the support of only around a fifth of the population. And to understand anything about present-day Venezuela, you really have to start with Maduro's predecessor, Hugo Chavez, shown here, looking understandably smug about the fact that he's got a bird in a hat on his shoulder. Now, Chavez was in Venezuela, beloved for both his generous social programs and personality.
Every Sunday, he staged marathon TV broadcasts that sometimes ran up to 8 hours. On his show, Allo Presidente, the show featured special guests, dance numbers, and prize giveaways.
televisores, mire, ¿cómo llaman esto de pantalla?
Over here, we have flat screen TVs. It's the opposite of capitalism.
Well, hold on there, Hugo. Because if giving away flat-screen TVs is truly the opposite of capitalism, then the most successful socialist leader in history is Drew Carey. Now, Chavez could act the way that he did because Venezuela was oil-rich, and over the course of his presidency, he took more oil company, enabling him to fund programs. When that company protested some of the changes that he was making, he responded by using his TV show to address its executives directly.
Despido. I'm firing the following people. Mr. Juan Fernandez, you are fired for petroleum of Venezuela. Eddie Ramirez, thank you very much. You are fired.
Also, Mariana Rodriguez, you are not fired, but if you don't stop talking to your boyfriend on speakerphone, you absolutely will be. And Mateo Martinez, if you use the office kitchen to microwave fish one more time, so help me, I'm going to have you fucking murdered. Many of his social programs were initially effective. During his tenure, the poverty rate was nearly halved. And to this day, many Venezuelans revere Chavez to a dramatic degree.
The late buildings, as if watching over the revolution. Pulling the eyes onto his forehead. That's the image. The eyes of our supreme commander, Hugo Rafael Chavez Frias. The eyes that see the world, the whole world.
Now that is dedication right there. I like my president so much, I want him to watch me masturbate for the rest of my life. Because that's what those eyes are going to see. They'll see other things, but they're also seeing that. And the thing is, some of Chavez's programs could have been sustainable if he pursued a sound economic policy and run a tight ship. But not only did he stop saving oil revenues in a rainy day fund, he also oversaw a government that Transparency International found to be the most corrupt country in Latin America. And remember, Latin America has Colombia in it. A country where the only campaign finance law is, please report all bribes consisting of more than 10 kilos of cocaine. Still, as long as the price of oil went up forever and Chavez never died, the cracks could have been papered over. Unfortunately, in 2014, the price of oil plummeted from over $100 a barrel 1 year after Chavez plummeted from being alive to dead. And here is where Maduro, the big banana fan, comes in, because he was Chavez's hand-picked successor, but unfortunately had neither his booming economy nor his charisma, although he has desperately tried to make up for that, even going so far as to tell people that he received messages from the spirit of Chavez, who visited him in the form of a little bird. It's a story he's told repeatedly, and sometimes even throws in sound effects.
Y de repente entró y me dio 3 vueltas aquí arriba. Se paró de una viga de madera aquí y empezó a silbar. Yo sentí el espíritu de él. Lo sentí ahí como dándonos una bendición.
Now, what I like the most about that, other than the whistling, which I like very much, is the idea that when powerful leaders die, they become birds. Because that is a pretty humiliating second act. I led my people to greatness, and now I will bath my lunch into my child's mouth. And look, I don't want to say it hasn't been working, but just watch this moment from a TV appearance where he was reading messages from viewers live on air.
Compañero, Moises David tells me, Nicolás Maduro, suck on it. You suck on your own. You could suck yourself.
Yes, that's right. Maduro essentially appeared on a segment of Celebrities Read Mean Tweets. And the thing is, it's easy to see why Maduro has managed Venezuela's economic crisis in the worst possible way. He's doubled down on many of Chavez's most unsound policies, like unrealistic currency and price controls, while attempting to make up for missing revenue by simply creating more money. And as a result, inflation has exploded, with the IMF forecasting 13,000% inflation for 2018. And to give you an idea of just how ridiculous that can look, this was a trip to a Venezuelan market last year.
The currency is so devalued, some shopkeepers weigh the money rather than waste time counting. And if residents are lucky enough to find food on the shelves, prices are outside.
This plantain consulate at your house cost 25 years ago. Wow. I mean, there's clearly two options there. Either inflation is completely out of hand, or that is one incredible plantain. I mean, world-class plantain. And inflation is just one of many reasons why many Venezuelans are struggling to find or even afford basic necessities like medicine or food. And those shortages have had some terrible consequences.
This food shortage is widespread. Over the last year, 3/4 of the population has lost an average of almost 20 pounds. Look how fat I used to be. This is how many holes I had to make in my belt on the Maduro diet.
Yes, the Maduro diet. That is actually now a commonly used phrase in Venezuela. And it's a very healthy sounding term for a truly horrifying situation. It's like saying Jim Jones was the pioneer of the Jonestown juice cleanse. And it is not like Maduro isn't aware that people are starving. In fact, during one of his media appearances, a reporter noticed that the video feed cut away every time Maduro helped himself to the plates of charcuterie and cakes. So he knew that eating would look insensitive, although those camera cutaways haven't always worked. Because just watch this clip that went viral last year and know that what he's saying here doesn't matter. What's important here to remember is he's about to think that the camera is off him.
Para salir a unas tapas. Adelante. Presidente, un gran abrazo y felicitaciones a los gobernadores y gobernadoras electas y a todos.
Yeah, he just housed an empanada in front of a starving nation. And come on, Maduro.
Well, when he was talking, he stopped and he pressed the button for its voice to be cleared, and he fucking goes to the
Venezuela's shortages. Just wait until you see him do some pretty insensitive crowd work.
Oh, yeah, Paul, why are you so skinny, Gustavo?
Maduro diet.
What happened to him? Maduro's diet.
He's laughing.
Maduro's diet makes you hard.
He thinks it's funny.
See, this is no need for Viagra.
Wow. That is the most awkward presidential attempt to be in on the joke since Herbert Hoover claimed that Hoover towns make you wet without the need for cornmeal or castor oil. They didn't totally understand how vaginas works back then. And even when the Maduro government has tried to help, it's done it in a truly ham-fisted way. For instance, Maduro has proposed a so-called rabbits plan, basically a program to encourage Venezuelans to breed.
You can do whatever you want it. You can keep it a pet, you can eat it, you can breathe it, you can do whatever you want it. You're welcome, everyone. Good hunger.
Pretty callous correction.
A rabbit is not a pet. It's 2.5 kilos of meat that is high in protein with no cholesterol.
Holy shit! A rabbit is just 2.5
It's like us
kilos
eating
of
bugs.
meat. That sounds less like a government pronouncement and more like...
They say do it for the fucking planet while they fly around in jets. Like...
Maduro has generally lived in complete denial. His most recent plan to address rampant inflation was to introduce a new version of their currency, the Bolivar, just with 3 zeros lopped off the end. And in case any part of you thinks that might actually fix their inflation problem, we asked Yale economist Robert Schiller if that's how money works. Take a look.
No, that's not how money works.
No.
In the absence of solutions, Maduro has reached for the next best thing, blaming someone else. Over the years, he suggested that the United States was responsible for injecting Chavez with cancer. He said that the US was sabotaging Venezuelan ATMs, and he's chalked up protests against him to this.
This is part of a scheme of non-conventional war that the U.S. has perfected throughout recent decades.
Okay, so here's the thing.
That's completely wrong.
Undoubtedly done some awful things in Central and South America. We've backed coup attempts, juntas and atrocities in Chile, Argentina and Guatemala. But refreshingly, what's happening in Venezuela is actually not our fault. Accusing America of creating Venezuela's crisis is about as fair as accusing O.J. Simpson of murdering Princess Diana. I'm not saying it would be completely out of character. It just happens to not be true in this particular instance. So that's basically what I'm saying. And yet, despite all of this, Maduro is about to dominate this election like he absolutely dominated that banana. So how is that possible? Well, he's basically bent Venezuela's democratic process to his will. Back in 2015, when his party lost control of the National Assembly, he responded by stacking the Supreme Court with 13 new justices, and then simply created a whole new assembly.
Walking, saw his girlfriend cheating, killed the shit out of him. I was like, yeah, I'm going to jail. I did it, I'm going to jail, and fuck him, he deserved it. I'm like,
Including his wife.
really wrong. Like,
just think about the sheer scale of what Maduro did there. That'd be like if here, Trump put a bunch of his friends on the Supreme Court, who then happily allowed him to create a second Congress that outranks the real Congress, and whose members include Melania and Eric, and which, by the way, you just know he'd call Dongress. You know he and you know it. And please take that down before he gets any ideas. I really regret bringing it up. Now, on top of that, Maduro has barred from public office a number of his political opponents, and has even turned down help from other countries and agencies, including food and medicine. He's turned down food and medicine. Telling Venezuela that humanitarian aid is part of a conspiracy to overthrow his government. All of which has left Venezuelans feeling so hopeless that nearly 1 million of them have left the country over the past 2 years, and many of those who've remained are now at their breaking point.
Oye, que todo el mundo nos estamos muriendo de hambre. Los venezolanos, estamos pero disfrazadas. ¿Por qué? Porque nos tienen amordazados. Y tú hablas, mandan a los colectivos. A los colectivos que te agredan, que te maten.
That's absolutely horrifying. And when you listen to her, it starts to hit you that Puputov cocktails might actually turn out to be pretty fucking restrained. The frustrating thing here is there aren't a lot of great options to help. The Trump administration has imposed some sanctions and is considering more, but if they're not extremely careful, those could wind up causing even more hardship. So, at this point, seeing as Maduro won't listen to reason or to the will of his own people, perhaps it's time to call in the one voice that we know he'll listen to. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a bird.
Okay.
I just need to go.
Good job.
I'm sorry, Dad.
Hola, Maduro. It's me, a bird.
No, it is.
Remember, we spoke a few years back. Okay, and if you're thinking this is just Wilmer Valderrama in a bird suit, well, I used to think I was Hugo Chavez. So you're not exactly the authority on what's birds. But listen up, buddy, because I'm 2.5 kilos of high protein and meat, and I'm here to tell you, you're in some serious trouble, Andre. It's not a good sign when the people are throwing their poop at you. I should know. I'm a bird.
I'm a bird.
Come on, man. I invented the Puputov cocktails. That's right. Every time a bird poops on you, you should know it was a political statement. Also that we aimed and thought it was funny. Maduro, the whole world can see what mess you are making. Even TV hosts here in America, like that idiot. That's just bad timing, Zazu.
Because he plays that. It's funny, actually, he didn't play Zazu at the time. And everyone kept calling him Zazu. And when they remade the line thing, that's why he got cast.
I've got a Puputov cocktail with your name on it right here. All right. This is it for me. And because I am a real, actual bird, I'm going to exit with effortless beauty and grace.
so funny.
You actually got someone on the fucking road.
It's Fez from that 70s show. I think you're done.
Huh?
I think you're done.
Well, you want to put that blood in there. 550.
Right?
No, you just want to.
I put it at 450.
It should do it. while
Skip the
it's-
holiday traffic and take the load off. Get same in-store low prices delivered to your door. Holiday
Don't suck at
groceries
this.
from where you'd rather be.
I don't suck at this. I told you from the beginning.
What exactly is FreeCash.com, you ask? Well, it's a fantastic platform where you can earn rewards, gift cards, and even real cash simply by completing fun tasks and activities.
Oh yeah. No, it's red, motherfucker.
Oh, my finger.
Hmm?
My finger.
Your finger.
Okay.
Oh, I need to. Okay, that's what
Mr. Freeland, you preside over one of the worst GDP per capita growth since the Great Depression. Can you confirm that you've done an impact assessment that what this oil and gas cap will do to your deficit?
Okay, there are so many untrue statements embedded in what you've said, so I'm going to have to go after them one by
I just
one.
want an answer to my question. Mr. Freeland,
When we meet somebody who has the key to unlock something in us, we experience that.
Here's the $10,000 savings challenge. Once we cross out all the numbers, we will have $10,000. It's interesting, but if you want to challenge me, I linked it below.
There is a type
I'm gonna
of
put
person
this
you
in
should never
35
listen to
minutes.
this
2 minutes later.
and you'll
I think
understand
they're
what type
ready.
of person that is. Once a scorpion wanted to cross a river.
This is taught by the ancients, the many world meditation. You
What's up?
sit quietly in a quiet room, and you see your thoughts in your mind as being inside of a bowl within your mind. And then you see a hand reaching in and taking the thoughts out. So you get to a very low amount of
Hi,
thoughts.
Booby.
When you get to a very low amount of thoughts, you envision whatever your view is of what a multiverse would look like. Everyone has a new viewpoint of what it is. You envision connecting to yourself, to multiple versions of yourself consciously until you find the one that has succeeded. And then you begin to talk to yourself and ask yourself for actual advice. And you bring that knowledge back here into this reality. So you go to the multidimensional platform, you get that information, and you bring it back to the reality here in this universe, and you act on it. This is taught by the ancients, the many world.
I don't think you realize how much work I put into to do that. No, your family. I woke up at 8 in the morning and went to the grocery store and had to hunt down a bunch of stuff, figure out the grill. Well, that was work. And after that, I came back and did the dishes. If you sat here and grilled a whole meal for my whole family, and I come back to dishes in the sink, I'm not gonna ask you to do the dishes. I'm probably just gonna do that. Maybe I didn't communicate that, sure. However, if I have to communicate that, I am not the one for you.
Do not try to make it seem like I'm not here doing my part at all. We're not going to spend it like that. I've been given such a negative response, a temper tantrum sometimes, like an attitude. I just don't understand it. If it's about the dishes, me going to sleep, a text, all of that, it's a slap in the face.
I'm glad you feel that way. There's a lot I could respond to, but there is no scenario that I see myself standing there and saying yes to making you my wife forever. And with that in mind, I'm glad we can at least agree that I don't ever want to see you again.
Wow.
I don't think you realize how much work I put in to do that. No, for the family. I woke up at 8 in the morning to the grocery store and had to hunt down a bunch of stuff, figure out the grill, do all that was work. And after that, I came back and did the dishes. If you sat here and grilled a whole meal for my whole family, and I come back to this little thing, I'm not gonna ask you to do this. I'm probably just gonna do it. Maybe I didn't communicate that, sure. However, if I have to communicate that,
I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm not here doing my part. We're not gonna spin it like that. And such a negative response, a temper tantrum sometimes, like, and
I just found out you can check.
Hey, baby. There's this and the thing, and I don't give a fuck.
Right?
So if you're an engineer, by definition, engineers are analytical. Quite simply, if you make a mistake, normally, if you're building a bridge,
Yeah, but you're very much like that. If something is bothering you,
It's doing it.
you just clean it. If it bothers you that much, like,
Look, it's doing it.
not burning.
No, it's pizza mozzarella. So it bubbles and it fries like this a little bit. But you have to check it because if you do it too much, some places will be burned.
When did you become a pizza expert?
I'm a Reddit kid, baby.
For what?
It's fucking hot in here.
Because you're French.
Yes. 1 second. And for luck, whoa! No, I'm just fucking in here.
You're retarded.
Huh?
You're a retard.
I know.
That is a retard.
I know.
correct. And overanalyze it, which means you don't have to pull the trigger, right? Just analyze it all day. So you overanalyze, you study things, you think of all the possible permutations, all the possibilities of what can go wrong. And if you do that enough, you'll come up with enough reasons not to do it at all. Because taking action isn't doing a spreadsheet. Taking action isn't listening to a podcast. Taking action is not reading a book. Okay? Taking action is actually taking action. If you're an engineer, an accountant, a lawyer, a doctor, a scientist, you have learned to study and to take action in a certain fact pattern. And the lower the IQ, the more money they make. Explain that to me. Okay. So you're an engineer by definition. Engineers are analytical. Quite simply, if you make a mistake, normally, if you're building a bridge, you're building a rocket ship or whatever, a lot of people.
Shit, where do I put it?
So you're
train
us to be.
Or are you in the oven?
Correct. And overanalyze it, which means you don't have to pull the trigger, right? Just analyze it all day. So you overanalyze, you study things, you think of all the possible permutations, all the possibilities of what can go wrong.
So kids with ADHD, and generally speaking, all neuroatypical kids, are very, very grounded in their bodies. So for example, when we have children on the autism spectrum, one of the best things for kids on the autism spectrum is something called a sensory swing. So we know is when kids are autistic, they are very grounded in their bodies, and we can use the body to sort of engage the mind in a healthy way. And this is absolutely true.
Open your mind.
So if you pay attention to kids with ADHD, if they're playing with physical, if they're playing with a ball, or they're playing on a swing, or something like that, they can do that activity very, very, very easily.
Huh?
And that's because
Take a bath and you come eat, or do you want to eat right away?
the signals will ground their attention. So in this
You wanna go
tapping
upstairs?
practice, what we want to do is have her lay down, and I'll just
Take your
tap on
dog out?
different areas.
Oh,
And we're
yeah,
just
that's
going to
right.
train her ability to focus
So,
on what I'm tapping on. It's very
I
easy
think by
because
that,
there's a
you eat?
sensory input, so we'll sort of
You
do it
take
as
the
long
dog
as
out?
they can tolerate.
Is that what
So
it is?
kids with ADHD and
So we
generally
take,
speaking,
we
all
take my bag, take your dog out, and then we eat.
very. So for example,
So
when we
what
have
do you
children on the autism spectrum, kids on the autism spectrum is something called a sensory swing. So we know is when kids are autistic,
Are you
they are
hungry?
very grounded in their bodies
Oh,
and can use the body to sort of engage the mind
Maybe
in a
we
healthy way. And this is absolutely true of kids with
Because my water's
ADHD. So
gonna
if
be
you pay
cold.
attention to kids with ADHD, if they're playing a physical game, like if they're playing
Oh,
with a
let's
ball,
see.
or they're
Do I
playing on a
eat?
swing or something like that, they can do
Okay.
that activity very, very, very easily. And that's because these somatosensory input, the signals from their body will ground their attention. So in this tapping practice, what we want to do is have her lay down, and I'll just tap on different areas. And we're just going to train her ability to
Train.
focus on what I'm tapping on. It's very easy because there's a
Both.
sensory input, so we'll sort of do it as long as they can
Train.
tolerate. So kids with
That
ADHD
sounds like
typical kids. kids are very, very grounded in their bodies. So, for example, when we have children on the I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something. It's right. I ain't gonna do it all right all the time. Michael Jordan, the greatest player in the world, he ain't do it right all the time.
Got it.
He ain't do it right all the time.
Got it.
That's all you can ask.
Okay there.
Go to war. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna do something that's wrong. And I'm gonna do something that's right. Hey guys.
Right.
I watched my husband go from a boy to a man when I stopped being his mother and I started to be his wife. I was working full time and he was working part time. Just had the first son. I mean, I'm leaving the house at 6:30 in the morning. I'm asking John to drop off the baby. The babysitter was like, "Hey, he's bringing the baby late and the diaper hasn't been changed." I'm like, "Fine, I'll just do everything." So I'm so stressed out and I was taking a shower and I'm trying to relax and I heard the Spirit of God say, "You don't think John is a very good head of the household, do you?" And I thought, no, I know he's not. He is not. He doesn't even take out the trash. He said, "You think you can do it better?" And I said, "Yeah, I know I can do it better." He said, "I made you the head of the household. It's up to you to give some mantle to John. Throw it on your shoulders. Throw it on my shoulders. Nothing is going to get done until John likes you. You are acting like his mother and not like his wife." And I just remember God replaying all of these times, all these conversations where I thought it was so funny, and I could look back at. I watched my husband. A woman's body, if it doesn't feel safe, it will not drop. So a man's body safety is not an issue, but a woman's body safety is a massive issue because we were built to house children whether we decide to have children or not. So when we're under constant stress, cortisol's like purging into our body's like not safe. I'm not going to drop weight right now because that is not a priority. A woman's body, if it doesn't feel safe, it will not drop weight. So a man's body safety is not an issue, but a woman's body safety is a massive issue because we were built to house children whether we decide to have children or not. So when we're under constant stress, cortisol's like purging into our body's like not safe. I'm not going to drop weight right now because that is not a priority.
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I would love to be a homemaker and wife. I would love to be able to live on a homestead and go milk my cow and take the eggs out of the chicken coop.
Milk my cow.
Belly on my hip and another
Yeah, you milk your cow.
That's like my dream, but I can't do that because the way the economy is set up is I'm forced to work. I'm forced to
and
get
that's
an
fucking
education,
feminism.
a college degree in order to make enough money that I can be financially independent and afford my own home or my own rent or my own gas or my own groceries, my own insurance. And it's extremely difficult to do that. And it's very isolating as a woman when you have to do all of that all on your own and you can't find somebody that you can outsource some of those chores and financial responsibilities. Like
you know what?
Pause it there for a second. In terms of what she's really getting into, right now, a single income family is extraordinarily difficult to survive in the U.S. and most likely globally. It's kind of hard to argue with the difficulty of what's going on.
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I would love to be a homemaker and a wife. I would love to be able to live on a homestead and go milk my cow and take the eggs out of the chicken coop and have one baby in the belly and on my hip and another toddler behind me. That's like my dream, but I can't do that because the way the economy is set up is I'm forced to work. I'm forced to get an education, a higher education, a college degree in order to make enough money that I can be financially independent and afford my own home or my own rent or my own gas or my own groceries, my own insurance.
Yo, that's what happens when you tell young girls that we're gonna pay for your babies. And it's just not true. Oh yeah? No fork and knife? That'll work. Okay, there's a pizza cutter. It should be in the thing.
Huh?
You're a klutz.
You're a
Oh, the pizza cutter works super good too.
You're a boss. Where's the pizza cutter? Oh, really?
Surprisingly.
Okay.
We also have a little wood one somewhere that works really good.
Literally thingy than
Do in a job interview? Is there one question you ask every time?
There's two.
My first favorite one is how can I be guaranteed to be involved in projects that are critical to the strategic future of the organization? That immediately tells your employer you're a team player. Not only are you a team player, you want to play in the question to what does it take to be successful? Which is not what are you looking for in a candidate. Those are vastly different things. Now, what you've done with that question is create an unofficial mentor, because they're going to watch to see if you do what they told you to do. Secondly, they now have an unofficial vested interest in your success.
Should people do in a job interview? Is there one question people should ask every time?
There's two. My first favorite one is how can I be guaranteed to be involved in projects that are critical to the strategic future of the organization? That immediately tells your employer you're a team player. Not only are you a team player, you want to play in the championship. Take to be successful. It's not what are you looking for. Those are vastly different things. Now, what you've done with that question is recruited an unofficial mentor, because they're going to watch to see if you do what they told you to do. Secondly, they now have an unofficial vested interest in your success.
Should people do in a job interview? Is there one question?
Your job is not your life. It is just a job. I shall explain the reasons.
What?
Number one,
What?
your company is not your family. Companies exist primarily for profit and are not responsible for your personal well-being. Number two, your colleagues are not your friends. Keep in mind that people have their own interests
Which one's yours?
and motivations. Number
They're the
three,
same, I guess, right?
if something bad happens to you, your company can easily replace you. Number four, stop believing corporate propaganda.
I'm gonna kill you.
Let me teach you the real life.
Oh yeah, your peppers are all in
You're not fucking making it.
the
You're
star.
trying to go through all these. I go to all these fucking conventions. Speak all the fucking time.
This is my pepper.
I'm looking at fucking audience.
I think I'm eating yours.
Oh, you're in mine.
Sign up. Fucking
Yeah,
every
pizza.
year go to convention. Thinking they're gonna learn something fucking different.
You're basically the same.
You're lazy.
Yeah, more peppers.
You know exactly what to do. Exactly what to do. Because even me, in my state of
More peppers! Shut the fuck up!
I just finished doing a 16-hour shift and I was trying to go home.
How many hours? 60?
16.
16.
Yeah, double.
Yeah, what do you do?
I'm a CNA.
We're going to take a look at it, okay?
Going through a red light.
What do you think?
I think that was a yield.
Who did you yield to? There was nobody coming. Mr. Carey, what do you think about this?
Oh, she definitely went through the red light.
She definitely guilty.
But as an interview, is take into consideration of what she does.
Let's see it.
Much harder job than I have.
I agree.
Kayak.
Based on perspective, Carey is
Resuscitation assistant.
I just finished doing a 16-hour shift and I was trying to go home.
How many hours?
Is it you who heals it back together or the body?
It's the cells.
And the cells are only programmed to put themselves back together in a very specific way.
Right.
What if I told you that your own body could be
That's
convinced
strange.
to put itself back together
That's just
in
strange.
sorts of ways?
How do we do that? Where do we start?
Don't like that one?
Oh, no, it's really good. It's just, I've seen it before in gift shops.
What about this one?
Acupuncture, great.
That one.
Showing it an MRI scan.
Each of those maps was drawn up by someone who could see in part, but not a whole.
You're talking to me about healing through belief.
You're a man looking at the world through a keyhole. You spent your whole life trying to widen that keyhole, to see more, to know more. And now, on hearing that it can be widened in ways you can't imagine, you reject the possibility.
I reject it because I know fairy tales and chakras. The power of belief. I am seeing through you.
Let's see that this one.
How
the pizza!
Together with the body.
It's the sounds.
And
If one day you suddenly become rich, please remember these 10 things. 1. Don't tell anyone, including your parents.
Nope.
I thought you read Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
Of course, but not everyone has done so. So I was trying to.
And what is lesson number 1 on Rich Dad, Poor Dad?
Rich people don't work for money.
And so when your school system says you get a job, what are you doing?
You become a slave.
You work for money.
Exactly.
And what's wrong with working for money? You pay taxes.
And you pay taxes, of course.
Then they tell you to save money. Why would you save money when they're printing money?
Everybody's printing money now.
Why would you save money when they're printing money? So question that. You see, if you cannot think, I cannot help you.
Huh.
I like this guy.
I like him a lot.
Who's that?
I thought you read Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Of course, but not everyone has.
Rich Dad said to me, if you're going to be a rich man, you better be an entrepreneur. The thesis, you've got to learn how to sell. And secondly, you've got to know real estate. Because real estate is debt and taxes. What do you mean debt and taxes? So in 1974, I took my first real estate course.
Wow.
And opened my eyes up because you don't need money to buy real estate and you pay no taxes on top of it. So just before I get out of the Marine Corps, I got to get a job with Xerox, learn how to sell. So I got sales and then I understood real estate. So why am I a rich man today? Because I took 2 courses, learn how to sell and learn about real estate. And my poor dad, the PhD, says, go back to school, get your MBA, get your PhD, and then wind up like you. And the first thing my rich dad... Yeah, if you read Rich Dad Poor Dad, Rich Dad's lesson number 1. The rich don't work for money.
Huh.
Touch that stuff.
You said when someone gives you a paycheck, something inside of a person just shuts off.
Huh.
Everybody suck the life out of your paycheck. The people that are being screwed today are the poor middle class because they work for money. You know, the bankers, they're not working for money.
They have money working for them.
Yeah. Very big difference
100%.
in reality here. Because the moment you corrupt money, the very thing that everybody works for, savings, counts on, they were screwed anyway. And our school systems, fake money, fake teachers, fake assets, part of that same system. Government, education, Wall Street, City of London. Yeah, if
Well,
you
I'm
read,
never put my kid in a fucking education system.
Well, I have a friend
Oh
who
dear.
was not successful at all, but was really up and coming. And he had a thing. He would only fly first class. I'm not saying do this because for somebody you want to work, but he needed that mentally.
Right.
He wanted to fly first class because mentally he wanted to think he was the best, and that's it. And even though he didn't have much money at the time, this is years ago, he would always fly. I used to criticize him, but it put him in a good state of mind, and he became a very, very successful guy. Very, very successful. So, look, it's complicated, but whatever it takes to train that.
and I think when you say to somebody, live below your means, you wipe their spirit out. It's like saying somebody, if you want to lose weight, go on a starvation diet. It doesn't make you healthier to starve yourself. What makes me happier is the wanting to get better, to get smarter, to do better. You don't like to live below your means, do you?
No. Well, I have a friend who was not successful at all.
If you understand history, the reason I pay no taxes is because I borrow money. I'm a debtor. And check
Yeah.
this out. I mean, all you communists out there, check this stuff out. I am a billionaire.
Yeah, in debt.
You know why? Because I get tax breaks for borrowing money. And the
Yup.
reason I am so rich is because
That's what I said. I was very much wrong on this one.
Ramsey says, live to
And they were right that I should have racked up a debt because the more debt, the more likely they're gonna wipe it out at this point.
Well, that's why there's no financial education in schools, because if you knew how to handle debt, you wouldn't save that crappy dollar you have in your hand. I'd rather borrow the money tax-free. If you understand history, the reason I pay no taxes is because I borrow.
That bullshit.
I'm a debtor.
And I literally found that out at Alan's family's church. Yeah, before we take a bath, so you don't get cold here. But no,
This is good. This is
some fucking old man. And he was talking about Bankruptcy. Who's declaring bankruptcy again? Like bankruptcy again? How many times do you declare bankruptcy? Like every 6 years. I'm like, okay, so you just like rack up a debt and like then 6 years you just like live off like those all that credit card debt. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you open up a bunch of fucking credit cards and you load them all up, you're pretty good for 6 years. You give someone that money for 6 years, and 6 years later, hey, much credit.
Yep. And then he declares bankruptcy, and then he starts all again.
Yep.
I was like, oh, wow, okay. I'm doing it wrong, obviously. So much for that honesty. And like this is like coming from a guy who's like, I'm a good Christian.
Good move.
Yeah. Felt it in my arm.
Wasn't hurting or anything. It couldn't go higher.
Oh, the tendon.
Yep.
Pulling.
I like the noise.
Okay. What do you need?
What do I need?
You need anything? Oh.
My sweetheart? You know? My shoes? But huh? My scarf? My scarf? My scarf? My snarf! Okay, Jesus.
Can I have the dog's coat?
Well, dude. What? Yeah. Well, dude, 1, 2, 3, 4, what? I know. Oh, cut. Oh.
Did you eat your cookies?
No. 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 You're gonna get one? No. No, not no.
Just think of putting them on top of the ice cream cake.
Yeah? Okay. Oh. Almost up that right there. Right there. Right there. There.
Okay.
What?
What is that?
Oh, me, Sharon. Today in the car, I was like, there. Ultimate there. What? Oh, Cody knows I'm crazy. Here we go. Run it back. What, baby? You never did that before with the cheese? What I did with the broil thing? To do what? Yeah, okay. Is it cold out?
Warm.
Good answer. Oh, these are ripped. These are ripped.
What you looking for?
Huh?
Huh?
What are you looking for?
Oh, there's so many sweatpants. There's so many sweatpants.
Oh yeah?
So many. I think it's gonna feel.
Having a little throat. I don't want to remove my sweatpants.
Jeez, yeah. Struggle for dear life.
So leave. Struggle. Struggle, son. I'm struggling. Nobody's going for it, Nina.
Why?
Oh. Ding, 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 ding. I don't get
How upset my dog is.
Oh.
Oh. If I step me, say that. Grab my foot.
If I don't do it, there's a pressure sensation. And it's annoying. It's like a little tiny pain that's always there.
Yeah, no, I get that now. Where it's like little pains, and it's not that they hurt is the issue. It's that they, or like the fact that my body, I'm telling it to do a thing, and it just is like sometimes it's like no. Like well.
Oh.
We're gonna make it.
Catch my breath. Wally. Did you bring any bags?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You sure? Where my ex at?
Hello. Okay, well, can I take your coat off? Alright. It's so heavy. Ow. How you doing, boy?
What?
Tamay. What? Jumping wave?
The jumping.
I got Nutris and Busha. The jumping mice will need to go do is nice, but not so much amazing.
Good.
So I use longer cheese and Busha.
It's like the lady in Bitter Say with her attic full of the full attic. It's a bed of mice.
Oh.
She's like, oh, I want to deal with them. Yeah, she speaks like that. I want to deal with them, but I don't want to hurt them. They're so cute. I'm like, it's an old like Russian lady or something. And her husband's like not there anymore. It's like, yes, we redid your chimney, sir. You redid my chimney. Like, yes. It's okay. Come here. Just go. We'll talk about it later. She comes back. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, that's
yeah.
so sweet.
They're
though.
so old.
Yeah, that's so sweet.
Yeah. They're so old.
That's gonna be us one day. What are we gonna do? We have to die together.
Yay.
Because who dies first?
Well, together.
We'll
just be one night. Look, that's how it's gonna go. One night when like we're 150 something years old, we're gonna be like, okay, maybe tonight we'll just go upstairs and die. Just tomorrow we don't wake up. We'll just go upstairs.
Isn't that the ideal thing?
And then
That was in the Notebook. That's sweet.
I have to go. Jack's got his dick on the floor.
You even mentioned my shirt.
What about it?
No.
I didn't see it. Oh, so hey, nice shirt. Of course, I would have said something if it is purple. Because Max added a nice polo shirt today, and I said, hey, nice polo shirt. Nice fucking polo shirt, son.
Fortnite Chapter 5 Season 4 Absolute Doom is here, and so far it has been an absolute blast. However, our next guest says that England, not Russia, is the real culprit in foreign election interference. That, yes, the mainstream media is just not interested in covering this story, except our next guest, who's an excellent journalist Paul Thacker, and that tiny Rose story that shows British advisors to Kamala Harris are working overtime right now to kill Elon Musk's Twitter. I still call it Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, because it is absolutely an affront to their narrative. And this is an unbelievable story.
Water.
That's written along with Matt Taibbi. We want to ask Paul all about it. Paul, welcome to the show. Great to see you again. Hey, thanks for having me, Matt. Great to have you here. So you and Matt uncovered this story. I have not seen any of the New York Times covering this, the Washington Post covering this, but British advisors to Kamala Harris,
Love you.
the Kamala Harris campaign to try to eliminate X, shut it down completely. Can you walk us through what you uncovered here?
So it's a little more nuanced than that. What it is there's a political front group called the Center for Countering Digital Hate. It's now for the last 3 years. And last story for Tablet, which is a Jewish conservative online magazine, about who CCDH was, because, so I mostly covered corruption in science and medicine, and the center, I saw the White House talking about the disinformation dozen, and how they were basically, causing all this anti-vaccine misinformation that was happening in the world, and they were spoken about from the White House. President Biden referenced them, saying, by saying, they said, like, they're killing people. In an offhand comment. And I was just like, who is this Center for Countering Digital Hate? I'd spent 10 years in Washington, 3 years in the Senate running investigations. I know how Washington works. And so I was just like, sitting back and thinking, how does this unknown nonprofit that I found out was being run by a British political operative who worked for members of parliament, how did they get the ear of the White House, like in the podium of the White House? I mean, if you understand anything about Washington, the way it works, nonprofits, hundreds of advocacy groups, hundreds of think tanks, a message out. It's a crowded world of people just yelling and screaming, listen to me, listen to me, listen to me. White papers are coming out every day. And so I started looking at their background, and what I found out was they were a group that was created by a guy named Morgan McSweeney. He is, I would say, he's probably like the Karl Rove of England. Super brilliant, genius political strategist. He put together a package that he's now the chief of staff to Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He put Keir Starmer in the Prime Minister's seat. And what they did was they first had to take out the head of labor, who was a guy named Jeremy Corbyn.
Milk in your bag.
He's a lefty.
What?
And
Milk in your bag.
Take the lefties out, and then put in the center of the conservative wing of the party. So you went about half. I shouldn't speak. I think Bernie Sanders was actually, head of the Democratic Party, and then along comes someone like Hillary Clinton and takes him out, right? So it's just part of the conservative end. So that's what they did, and what they did was they started attacking left accusing of anti-Semitism. They also did this to a website called The Canary, which is a leftist website in the UK that was basically kind of a mouthpiece for a lot of Jeremy Corbyn policies. And what they did was it was constant attacks against The Canary, accusing them of anti-Semitism, accusing them of misinformation, accusing them of hate. None of this stuff was ever found to be true, but what it did was it drove away their advertisers. So they were then able to tank the website by pushing the advertisers so they had no money. Now, surprise, surprise, this is the exact strategy that's being used now against Elon Musk with Twitter. Constant reports coming out accusing him of hate, anti-Semitism.
Are you got my milk?
It was very unpleasant. It makes you feel better. I tried to do it so fast that you wouldn't notice, but I gave us a frame for you.
Effectively
And so it's a strategy that was created back in London. What they did was then the guy who was running it, a guy named Imran Ahmed, he's a political advisor.
Imran Ahmed.
Ahmed.
No one knows where the money comes from this group, by the way. I mean, this guy was off the payroll for anyone for about 3 years. So no one really knows where the money comes from. But, you know, they ended up in the States looking at them, and I've written several stories about them. And, God, you know, it's also fantasy journalism. You're the guy who becomes an expert on some group, and then with the followers, when they want to come talk to someone, they approach you. And I got approached by people inside CCH who gave me internal documents. You know, I have hundreds of pages of stuff that's still getting leaked today. And I was going through their weekly meetings, and their annual priority for this year was kill.
Babe, you want some of the last minute words with me? Okay? Spoiler.
As a person of color, I'm autistic. I'm wearing a blue suit.
Which is great. Any way that would happen. Yeah, that's the game. See, that when you're right, I mean, Texas, honestly, regardless of how anyone feels about anyone else right now, the fact that we can actually get
share what you need to get done, and you'll get support and accountability from the community that make it much easier for you to get started than if you were to do it on your own. The science is clear on this. We can improve our ability to complete a task by making our implementation intention known to others. Furthermore, by placing ourselves in a productive and supportive environment, we make it easier for us to do hard things. Good news is that flow is free to try. So what do you have to lose? Could be your new superpower.
I have a challenge for you. I want to know if you'd like to write your own book in only 10 weeks using a proven technique that makes it so simple and have it published in that time, which will create and dramatically increase your brand, which will increase your business and dramatically increase your income. Are you interested in that challenge? Well, click that button right now. My absolutely free web class. My name is Ray. I'm a New York Times top 10 best-selling author. Indeed, I've written 146 books using my proven technique, and every single one of them was published. Now, that's about me, but I know something about you. I know personal growth and personal development, and so this is a perfect example of how you can increase your income and decrease your expenses. What particular expense? Your marketing expense. Because when you're branded by writing a book, people say, wow, they want to do business with you. They want you to coach them. They want to buy products and services from you. This is the secret to my success. And I'll prove it to you. When I was 39, I was 50 pounds overweight. I was worse than broke. I was $100,000 in debt. My boss had just fired me. When I went home and told my wife my woes, she kicked me out of her marriage. I was depressed. I was a 39-year-old life loser. $100,000 in debt. Nothing was going my way, even though I'm a clever guy.
Jesus.
As a business Mensa IQ, and I still couldn't make a go of life. Recommended that I write a book. Write a book. I wrote a book on how to be broke. But I didn't know real estate. Even though I had lost all my money in my previous divorce, I still knew how to make a lot of money in real estate. So I wrote a book on real estate. And my business people invited me on stage. They wanted to interview me. Very great. And that's what changed my life. And it changed your life because it changed the life of me and so many of my clients around the world. No matter what you fear your problems are now, you don't speak English well. English is your second language. Maybe you're not good at spelling or grammar or punctuation. Maybe you have writer's block. Maybe you don't know issues that you may have jammed up in your head thinking that you. But for God's sakes, I've been doing this for thousands of people. I've been helping thousands of people for 10 years, and I've identified all the issues that might stop you, and I've eliminated them in my proven system. And actually, I'm standing right in the middle of this proof. I'm in front of my
log cabin. I have a river flowing through my own property. It's a 3-story log cabin with 3 fireplaces that you can see from anywhere in the house. I have an indoor sauna, an outdoor hot tub. I drive a beautiful Tesla and I am the same person who back then really not know my food. So had to witness this book. My life was a disaster. When I got offended by writing that book, then suddenly my life changed. You might say, why'd you write so many? Well, when I made so much money from one book, I decided to write more. So click on that link right now. Join my absolutely free webcast and watch the difference in your life. Watch how people admire you differently. Watch how people respect you and love you differently. Watch how your clients will come to you, your patients will come to you. Clients will come to you and they'll want to buy from you. That's such a sweet change in your life. This is your opportunity. Click on that link. Join me and so many of my clients who have written a book and dramatically changed their life. Click on that link right now.
on.
$200. Give me a second, Sam. $200? Yes, $200. Hey, wait. I don't need one. No. We are offering a socket set. The skyrocketing cost of living. I was skipping meals because I was struggling to afford my food and my rent. 2 million Canadians had to use a food bank in 1 month alone.
No wonder crime is rocketing after 8 years of Justin Trudeau.
Canada is worse than you think. Just 2 years ago, a
2-bedroom apartment in Toronto cost on average $2,400 Canadian dollars. Today, that's $3,300, an average increase of 25% per year. And that's not an outlier.
I just found out my rent's gonna be increased from $2,100 a month to $2,400 a month for a 1-bedroom condo in Toronto.
In most Canadian cities, you would need to earn at least double the minimum wage to afford a 1-bedroom apartment, and you can forget about buying. In major cities like Toronto and Vancouver, the minimum income that's required to qualify for a mortgage is double or triple the median household income. This makes buying even unattainable for the top 10% of earners. There is a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and now even an immigration crisis. This is a real change from the Canada I know and admire. What has happened?
It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
This is how living in Canada became impossible with hindsight.
Canadians from all across this great country sent a clear message tonight. It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
Justin Trudeau was first elected in 2015 with a message of positivity.
This is what positive politics can do.
He built his campaign on hope, and the media often drew comparisons with Obama in the United States.
I want to say this. Many of you have worried that Canada has lost its compassionate and constructive voice in the world. Well, we're back.
On his first day in office, he entered a Montreal metro station to take selfies with commuters. The exchange went viral. The atmosphere was exuberant. There was a feeling of hope and positivity. Trudeau had the second highest approval rating of any new prime minister in Canada's history. To understand how his approval ratings have turned around so dramatically when Canada is in a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and most surprisingly is now struggling with immigration, we need to go back in history.
To his father.
Canada is a nation of immigrants.
Yup.
In the mid-1800s, the population of Canada was almost entirely concentrated on the east coast, along the St. Lawrence River and the Great Lakes. To its west and north lay a vast and sparsely populated area that they wanted to populate. They used immigration as a tool to build their country. They attracted new people with a comprehensive marketing campaign. Build your nest in Western Canada was the message, calling it the New El Dorado.
Yeah.
Boatloads of prospective migrants arrived in Canada and were vetted by migration officers. They were particularly eager to attract investors. They could help Canada's westward expansion by settling uninhabited areas.
Yeah.
They built villages and turned them into cities, attracting commerce and industry, over time strengthening Canada's grip on the West. By 1920, population centers had emerged all along Canada's southern border. They grew from 3 million inhabitants to 9 million. These immigrants were selected on merit, but also on race. Canada wanted to maintain the status of a white man's country, but after World War II, these discriminatory practices came under scrutiny. Canada started to build its modern immigration system. This was based on a points system. Prospective immigrants were scored based on their age, education, training, and language skills. The basic philosophy is that immigrants are selected based on their merit and what they can contribute to the country. This system is still in place in Canada today, making it the oldest immigration system of any country in the OECD. An early challenge was that an increasingly large percentage of newcomers were family members. In 1971, economic migrants made up 73%, and family members 21%. But a decade later, this had turned around. Family members were seen as unproductive consumers of welfare benefits, and this prompted the government to make entry requirements stricter. By 1995, the percentage had dropped to 36%. Canada vested a lot of power in the federal executive branch of government, which makes it possible to respond quickly to unwanted flows of migrants. They kept identifying weak spots and improvements. And by the early 2000s, the system was hailed around the world as one of the best. Even Donald Trump had good things to say about it.
Nations around the world, like Canada, have a merit-based immigration system.
But what was most impressive were Canada's exceptionally high levels of public acceptance. Immigration until recently was
Immigration is a source of strength and resilience and growth for our communities, and that's a wonderful thing we should be very, very proud of.
Public opinion on immigration has shifted dramatically during the last years, from people feeling overwhelmingly supportive to most people feeling concerned. During the first 4 years under Trudeau, the population grew at a record pace, mostly because of immigration, and it slowed during the pandemic, and that's where the problem started.
I used to work in hospitality. I paid the bills, but deep down, I knew I wanted something more. But college wasn't an option for me at that time, so I felt a bit stuck way of making real change. And then I found Cheat Code, and I started doing the workshops part-time while I was still working my shift, and it changed everything for me. Really felt like the opportunity I've been waiting for. The community is incredible, so supportive and engaging. I wasn't sure coding was for me at first, but the way she codes is structured made it approachable and fun even. And I discovered this whole new world that I ended up loving. So I decided to quit my job and look for a position as a developer.
Drink no coffee.
As a front-end developer,
Drink no.
Code gave me the foundation I needed to get my dream job.
Canada was facing a host of challenges. One of them was a shortage of workers. There were difficulties in all major sectors. Construction, healthcare. Companies were just unable to find the people with the right skills.
It's simple to me. Canada needs more people.
This was the new Minister of Immigration.
Canadians understand the need to continue to grow our population if we're going to meet the needs of the labor force.
Fraser, like many before him, saw immigration as a tool to fix specific issues. Worker shortage, but also demographics.
You know, immigration in Canada is not just something that we do, it's who we are. It's who we've always been.
All across the Western world, the population is aging, and that is an issue. But in Canada, it is extreme. In 1971, there were 7 people of working age for each senior. In 2012, this was down to 4. The projection is that there will only be 2 workers for every retiree by 2036. The number of Canadians that are over the age of 75 will double over the next 2 decades, while fewer people are entering the workforce.
If we don't do something to correct this demographic trend, the conversation we're going to have 10 or 15 years from now won't be about labor shortages. It's going to be about whether we have the economic capacity to continue to fund schools and hospitals and public services that I think we too often take for granted.
This inspired a radical new immigration plan. In 2022, Canada has had a record population, announced to welcome 465,000 permanent residents in 2023, 485,000 in 2024, and 500,000 in 2025.
And we are staring at one of the greatest economic opportunities of our time when people around the world are looking to move. And Canada has become the world's top destination for people who are thinking of leaving their country of origin to pursue economic opportunity elsewhere.
They saw immigration as a race for global talent, and they had every intent on winning. Their target was to have economic migrants make up 60% of newcomers, an ambitious goal. And they particularly targeted workers in sectors with the highest demand, like healthcare, skilled trades, manufacturing, and technology. But when these plans were announced, immigration offices were already 2 million resident applications behind on their work, and there was already a shortage of.
When you talk about the housing crisis that we're facing, which we are facing, one of the limits on creating more housing is the challenges on having enough construction workers.
But Trudeau and his cabinet members saw immigration as the solution, not the problem. And in 2023, Canada's population grew at the fastest rate in almost 70 years. This was the fastest growing population of any country in the OECD. More extreme voices like the Century Initiative lobbied to grow Canada's population to 100 million by the end of the century. The plan was endorsed by a former prime minister, and lobbyists included several advisors to Justin Trudeau and his cabinet members.
We have a population that is aging. We need people to arrive with their talents, with their hopes, with their capacities to work hard, to build our communities, to build our future.
Public opinion was shifted. Whereas in 2022, 27% of people believed that there was too much migration to Canada. In 2023, this was up to 51%. And in 2024, to 58%.
All right, well, behind me is the Take Back Canada March against mass immigration.
In July 2024, there were protests.
There's a lot of disaffected Canadians here who feel like the government has not been listening to them.
This was an unusual sight in Canada.
And what happens to the election in 2025? Is mass immigration going to become the main issue in the election, or are politicians going to try to run away from it like they seem to be doing right now?
In 2025, there are federal elections in Canada, and Trudeau might lose his seat.
2 heads was $11.44. $11.44 at Save on Foods in Langley.
Like, we have a serious problem here in Canada. Just came to $218. How?
The government likes to publish figures that show how the economy is growing.
Yeah, but they're confused about fucking Walmart and Loblaws. Like, fucking don't I like to spend an extra $1 to have a fucking live band playing at IGA while I eat my fucking vegetables, but we all have to make sacrifices.
And I pay $4,300 a month. People are working 3 jobs just to live in the city. It's actually crazy.
How many dollars you fucking have to work to pay for that face for you?
Mismatch between how fast
Jesus
Canada's
Christ,
population is
pouring out the
growing
makeup on your
and how
face.
long they need to supply housing and service infrastructures like healthcare and schools. This affects all layers of society, but this is most acutely visible in the cost of housing.
Okay, we need to talk rent increases because this is getting out of hand.
Yeah, just so happens like all really solid 10,
Share a
so
bed with a stranger. That's what this
whatever.
Vancouver listing is offering.
The most vulnerable people are people with little to
Yeah, they all look real fucking
The
vulnerable.
story broke about 25 students that were living in one basement in Brampton.
Yeah, none of these bitches.
The mayor of the city responded that they've seen cases like these on a regular basis.
Like if landlords renting out space back on the floor, the divider between them for
The number of temporary residents, which includes temporary workers and also international students, have increased dramatically. In 2022, the number is 1.4 million. And in 2024, this had doubled to 2.8 million. Public opinion had now turned against Canadian immigration policies, and for the first time, it had become a controversial topic. Trudeau, with elections coming up, needed to act.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is promising a massive federal program to deal with the housing crisis. So today, we are releasing the most comprehensive and ambitious housing plan ever seen in Canada.
It would Sean Fraser, former Minister of Immigration, in charge of housing.
I know we're going to solve the housing crisis because I know what Canadians are capable of.
These decisions were vilified in the comment section on YouTube. It's crazy that people believe the this mess is the guy that's going to get us out. Too little. You cannot be the solution to the problem you created.
The reality is different parts of the country are seeing different challenges. In addition to population growth, there have been supply chain constraints that have driven up the cost of building. We're trying to address a 30-year lack of investment in affordable housing, and we're soon going to hit a bottleneck with productive capacity of the Canadian workforce.
Fraser is in an awkward position. Perhaps letting in 9 million new Canadians before homes were built for them had a little to do with this problem. A majority of people now disagreed with immigration policies. They were angry and frustrated by the cost of living crisis, and immigrants felt that they were unfairly portrayed as the cause of the problem.
They miscalculated how much immigrants they want. They miscalculated how much housing they have, how much people are accommodated over here, and now they are blaming all it on us.
Trudeau's approval rating dropped in September 2024 to just 33%, and only 26% favored him as the Prime Minister. He had to turn this around.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. In a moment, Minister Miller will be detailing our immigration plan. Before he does, I want to say a few things. Canadians are justifiably proud of our immigration system. It has made our economy the envy of the world. It's how we've built strong, diverse communities. It's how we've demonstrated that differences can and must be a source of strength, not a source of weakness for communities and society.
Skip the holiday traffic and take the load off. Get same in-store low prices delivered to your door.
Why?
Holiday groceries from where you'd rather be.
Here's why Audible is a great side hustle. Because thanks to this free app available on the App Store, you can now...
Today we're announcing that we will reduce the number of immigrants we bring in over the next 3 years, which will result in a pause in the population growth over the next 2 years.
Trudeau announced that they'll change course. They'll lower the number of new arrivals to slow population growth. He admitted he was wrong.
We didn't get the balance quite right.
When he took office, there was already a 3-decade-long lack of investment in affordable housing. There were building challenges and supply chain issues, but as PM, he bears the burden of responsibility. It was his choice to allow entry to such large numbers of immigrants, growing the population, and adding pressure to the housing market. The affordability of housing and the cost of living in general are very visible signs of an deteriorating living standard. In 2019, 19% of Canadians felt that Canada was extremely unequal. That is now up to 38%. To the question whether the cost of living is now worse, the number rose from 66% in 2019 to 84% in 2024, and I'm still just scratching the surface. Canada, this was a real change. I hope that you learned something or found this video entertaining. Yesterday, I had a call with somebody from YouTube that helps me with any questions that I have. What I'm trying to do here is build a strong brand and to provide the best value for you as a viewer. But one of the things that she told me is that 95% of regular viewers on the channel are not subscribed. And I hate to ask it, and it's not really my style to ask for likes and subscribes, but it would actually be very helpful if you would subscribe to the channel to help push these videos into the algorithm.
Do you keep deleting slot games one after another? Well, here is one game that you won't want to delete. Cash Tornado is 100% free social slots game. Not only can you hit a big jackpot in just 10 spins, but the payouts are also extremely high, even if you've only got a few coins left. You can still hit a jackpot of up to 20 trillion. With Cash Tornado, you will win trillions more coins in just an hour, unlike if you would play any other slots game for an entire week. Click below this video to download. Click this video to download. Trust me, it won't let you down.
Epic win! Cash Tornado. Play now.
His approach was dumb. It was dumb to let the Americans reimpose Buy America rules that Harper had lifted. It was dumb to let Trump impose softwood lumber tariffs that Biden has now doubled. But you know what is dumber and dumbest of all? Imposing a 61-cent a liter carbon tax that will force our trucking companies, our factories, our mines to head south of the border into the arms of President Trump.
We know why he wants to create American jobs with Canadian money, but why does this Prime Minister want to help him?
Very Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we stood up and protected Canadian jobs, Canadian industry, and Canadian trade. We know that the American government cares about creating prosperity in North America, and we're going to do it together. But what the American government, and particularly this president, also cares about is defense and national security. Well, the leader of the Conservative Party was sitting around with a cabinet table when they dropped spending on defense to below 1%, and the Americans won't understand any more than the Canadians do why the leader of the opposition refuses to take national security seriously, refuses to get
Colleagues, I know it's Wednesday. It's really important, though, that we have an opportunity to only recognize the person who's speaking at a time so that the speaker can hear what's going on here. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, maybe the reason why conservatives were able to get rid of Buy America and softwood lumber tariffs is because we helped the Americans, Taliban, and ISIS, whereas this Prime Minister couldn't even shoot down a Chinese weather balloon over northern Canada. Now he wants to impose a tariff on his own companies, a 61-cent a liter carbon tax, 300% higher than it is right now, where there's a 0% carbon tax south of the border. Why does he want to create an avalanche of Canadian businesses, jobs, and paychecks leaving for America? Once again, right now, the Conservative leader constantly the members of the Canadian Armed Forces knocking down and nickel-and-diming our veterans. They shuddered. 9 veteran services offices cut thousands of staff from people helping veterans, and they cuts to the Canadian Armed Forces that brought our spending on defense to below 1. Mr. Speaker, he won't even commit to our timeline to get it up to 2%. And he will not get his security clearance so he can get the briefing necessary to keep all Canadians safe.
Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, the New York Times said that Canada's middle class was the most affluent in the world. It's higher in Canada than in the U.S. Today, the average Canadian worker earns $32,000 less than their American counterparts after tax, because of all the taxes and economic obstacles the Liberals have put in place. Now the Americans want to steal our jobs and bring them to the U.S. Americans can choose who is going to defend. Canadians remember
We've demonstrated before, we will continue to work constructively with the American administration. We will continue to defend Canadian jobs and interests while we look to create growth and prosperity on both sides of the border. We stood up for Canadian aluminum workers, for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. With a Team Canada approach that brought together labor unions, businesses, premiers of all the provinces, we will continue to work together to stand up for Canadians and bring prosperity for everyone in North America.
Let's do sweatpants here.
Venus!
Hi, Venus.
What?
Let's do sweatpants.
They're on the basket?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. Right where it hurts. Look. I pinch my fingers.
Oh, yeah.
Get the blood there. Can't pierce it. It's hard.
When that happens.
Yeah. Probably because I was using Max's hammer, which is a Dollarama hammer, because he lost his with his entire toolbox.
Oh, fuck.
He left it on the sidewalk. He left it on the sidewalk beside the bus stop.
Why?
Do that once.
It's a bad excuse.
Do that once.
No, for me, it's the remote starter with the trunk button on it. Behind you. In the basket behind you. The brush. In the basket, the finger basket. Thank you.
Do thank you. You want to do it?
No.
Okay.
Use the spray stuff.
What? Hmm?
So fast. The mice. The jumping mice. Oh. Do you have my charger?
Yeah.
Okay. Your sandwich is ready for mouth.
Huh?
Your sandwich is ready for mouth. Oh, that dog moved. Hello, dog. Okay. Let me go. And